Sharks, dolphins, an epic war waged beneath the waves.
Got a dolphin in his mouth!
Brain against brawn.
Wait, they're fighting!
Dolphins are very capable predators in their own right.
People forget that killer whales are actually dolphins.
I've never, ever seen anything like this before.
Now, for the first time, a chance to see how these gangs of the deep go to war. Can there be a truce, or are these top predators locked in a blood battle? Off Australia, predators stalk their prey. These are called false killer whales, but they're actually dolphins, just supersized. They grow up to 20 feet long and travel in pods of 10 or more. Today, they're on the hunt for shark. The pod gives chase. The shark can't outswim them. The dolphins work as a team, box in the shark, and move in for the kill.
Dolphins are very capable predators in their own right.
Francis Faribaugh is a shark biologist at Florida International University.
I feel like there's this conception in the general public that dolphins are the heroes and sharks are the antagonists or the villains.
When it comes to the fierce relationship between dolphins and sharks, there's a lot we get wrong and a lot more that we don't even know.
Both of these organisms are predators that are making smart, intelligent decisions about how to survive and how to feed.
Primal decisions that often bring these two top predators into conflict. In some areas, 30% of the dolphin population bear the marks of shark encounters. And that's on the dolphins that survived. But even smaller dolphins aren't defenseless. They wield a powerful arsenal of weapons to combat sharks.
It's a mistake to think of dolphins versus sharks as some kind of mismatched pairing. There are advantages and disadvantages, but they're quite evenly matched.
Francis is on an expedition to gain insight into the battle between sharks and dolphins. She teams up with research specialist Kirk Gastrich on the far side of the world in what might be the bloodiest front in the shark-dolphin war. A place called Shark Bay.
In Shark Bay, we know that there are these interactions between sharks and dolphins. The amount of dolphins with shark-inflicted wounds on them is really, really high here.
We know that around 75% of dolphins here show scars from interactions with sharks.
On the western tip of Australia, Shark Bay is a sprawling natural preserve. 3.2 million acres of pristine marine habitat overflowing with fish and squid. A dolphin paradise. Only one problem.
They call it Shark Bay because this place is just loaded with sharks.
Francis and Kirk have a lot of ground to cover. Their floating laboratory for the next week is the 120-foot ship Infamous.
Straight in here, guys. Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Rounding out the expedition team are Ash Sutton, the ship's captain,
If you come looking for sharks, this is the hot spot around here.
and Duncan Brake, an underwater cinematographer who's been filming both sharks and dolphins for 20 years.
Dolphins seem to have a bit of this love-hate relationship with sharks. I don't know, but there definitely seems to be this dichotomous relationship between the two species.
The mission on the expedition? Capture video evidence of shark-dolphin combat. They hope to detail how sharks outsmart one of the most intelligent animals on Earth and find out how dolphins evade one of nature's most efficient killers. To get the footage, the team has custom-built cameras to attach to shark fins.
We know that there are interactions, but we haven't really seen them with our own eyes.
Do the sharks hunt during the day or night? Do they target the sick or injured? All questions the fin cam can help answer. About 5,000 dolphins call these waters home, despite the sharks. They've figured out not just how to survive, but how to thrive.
There are lots of strategies and advantages that dolphins have when they're trying to defend themselves. One of them is that they're very social animals. We know that through research, they tend to hang out in larger groups when they feel they're more vulnerable, like at night and when they're resting.
They also live and work together in pods, a cooperative that not only provides protection, but is an effective means to hunt prey.
They're very fast, they're very strong, and they easily outmaneuver a shark. So it's important not to think of them as some kind of a David versus Goliath. Dolphins are powerful, incredible predators.
Sharks don't play well with others. There are no shark pods. They're solitary hunters. And in this part of the world, the #1 threat to dolphins is the tiger shark.
From a dolphin's perspective, a tiger shark is always a danger because it only takes one slip up for you to be consumed by a shark.
Tiger sharks have earned themselves a nasty reputation.
As an underwater cameraman, you can literally be covered in other shark species, but then that big old tiger shark will roll into town. You are looking at that one big tiger.
Named for their distinctive stripes, these apex predators can top 14 feet, and they have an outsized appetite to match. Unlike white sharks, which use their immense power and speed to take down seals and dolphins, tigers are all about a casual kill.
I think tiger sharks are gonna sneak up on something and grab it instead of actually having to chase it around all over the ocean.
Video footage of tiger sharks fighting dolphins is extremely rare and extremely hard to capture. But if the team can get it, the footage could unlock the secrets of this unseen war. The first step is to find the sharks. The team uses a baited remote underwater video, or BRUV.
With BRUVs, I drop a frame with a camera and some bait down to the bottom of the ocean. I pull that back up, and then I watch the video through to see what showed up. Make sure that that bait arm is pointing down currents, and just make sure it's...
Strong currents can easily topple the BRUV, so Duncan will check it out on the bottom.
The visibility here is absolutely terrible. It's a little bit spooky thinking that some of those big tiger sharks could be down here with us. Yeah, we wouldn't see it, so it was right on top of us.
Sharks can easily detect prey through clouds of muck.
Sharks sort of have a sixth sense. They can sort of electro-recept. So they have these little organs towards the front of their noses that are called ampullae of Lorenzini that kind of detect little electrical currents. And so they're not relying necessarily exclusively on sight to hunt.
Oh, there's a big remora here. There's a big remora.
Remoras are fish that cling to sharks. They swim alongside and feed on the host's scraps.
Large remora, and a large shark nearby.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned seeing this massive remora here. Where's the shark that this animal belongs on?
A large remora could mean that a very large shark is closing in.
I didn't read that. Can you say again? Duncan, test. Can you hear me?
See that? Can hear you loud and clear, over.
Excellent.
The BRUV is rolling. They'll leave it for a day and then find out if they're in the right spot for sharks.
With this visibility, it's probably time to get out of the water and let the BRUV do its work, I think.
Stories abound of sharks sneaking up on swimmers and dolphins zooming to the rescue. In 2018, off the coast of Australia, a snorkeler diving with a pod of dolphins suddenly spots a Galapagos shark. These large predators are known to take down seals and sea lions. Before long, more sharks appear, and they're getting closer. But he hardly believes what happens next. A pair of dolphins charge and scatter the threatening sharks. A dolphin pod has safety in numbers. When the matchup is one-on-one, it's usually a different story.
He's got a dolphin in his mouth.
Recently, 2 Australian oystermen capture this savage struggle up close.
I've never ever seen anything like this before, only on TV, and even then it's rare. We were going about 8 kilometres out. We were probably halfway there when off in the distance we noticed a fin, which we assumed straight away would be a dolphin.
A dolphin? It's a dolphin?
Right, here, hold my phone.
And once we realised the size of it, there's no curve in the back of it, we realised that it was not a dolphin.
This was much bigger than a dolphin fin, much, much bigger.
Circling it.
Looks like a shark.
The shark we knew straight away was a great white shark. It would have been approximately 10 to 12 foot, rather large.
He's coming this way, he's coming this way. Yeah, he's coming right to us. He's got a dolphin in his mouth. He just swam straight past us with a dolphin in his mouth.
This shit you see on Nat Geo Wild.
But then, things get wilder.
So we'd been watching the shark for a while, and I was carefully following the shark as it was swimming away with the dolphin, when all of a sudden, out of nowhere...
Oh my God, another one! Wait! Oh! Oh my God, another one! Wait! Oh!
He's got a dolphin in his mouth.
Sharks and dolphins. This vicious rivalry has been raging for millions of years. 2 Australian oystermen get a first-hand look at the aftermath of a battle.
Oh my God, another one! Wait! Massive one! Oh!
Look at it. Oh, they just come out from underneath the boat.
The moment I saw the second shark, adrenaline started pumping through my veins. I didn't know what just happened.
Oh, that's getting out of me.
The second shark was bigger than the first. It would have been 12 to 14 foot probably, but it was definitely bigger.
It was huge.
Wait, they're fighting. Oh! He just stole that dolphin. 2 pointers. He just stole the dolphin. Oh, he's massive. Oh, look at the size of the thing.
A dolphin is worth fighting over.
We do know that if shark gets the opportunity to eat a dolphin, they absolutely will. In fact, it's a really prized food source. Like many marine mammals, dolphins have all this blubber, so that's a good, nutritious meal.
From the injuries, it's clear the dolphin was initially attacked from behind and below.
He just swam straight past us with the dolphin in his mouth.
How did the shark get past this dolphin's defenses?
Dolphins are really quite zippy. They can outmaneuver a shark fairly easily, especially if they're in deeper or open water spaces.
To understand how sharks catch these slippery creatures, the team heads to a beach that offers a unique look at Shark Bay's dolphins.
So we're right now at Monkey Maya in Shark Bay. There has been 20 years of really incredible ecological and biological research on the interactions between sharks and dolphins.
Dolphins were first drawn here in the 1960s by fishermen sharing their catch. Today, the site is regulated by the Parks and Wildlife Service.
We have some friendly dolphins that come here very regularly, and we get to see them up close and personal, which is really special.
No need for a baited underwater camera. Here, dolphins come to you, and they're covered in scars.
So this individual that's just approaching us just now is called Piccolo, and you can see on her dorsal and on her back she's got scars from encounters with sharks. Dolphins make this trade-off. A lot of the food that they want most and the easy fishing grounds, the yummy fish, occur around shallow seagrass beds. Unfortunately, that's also where tiger sharks preferentially like to hunt.
To protect themselves, dolphins have a secret weapon, echolocation. They can send out a beam of sound from a fatty part of their head called the melon. The sound beam bounces back and forms a mental image in the dolphin's brain of the world around them.
Echolocation is the way that dolphins have to see in dark and low-lit environments. Basically, it's like radar or sonar.
But there are limits to this superpower.
So it works kind of like wide beams on a flashlight, they can only see kind of directly ahead of them or to the sides. So if they get attacked from the back or from underneath, they probably won't see the predator coming.
Dolphins have a blind spot, and sharks know it.
He's got a dolphin in his mouth.
Great whites use their massive power to charge from beneath in a breach attack.
White sharks you would consider more of an ambush predator.
It's probably the shark that you don't see that you worry about, because a lot of white sharks rely on surprise. They're stealth predators.
It's easy to sneak up on a lone dolphin, but the safety of the pod can stop an ambush, even from a great white. A white shark swims with a group of dolphins. The ocean-going mammals show no concern for the killer in their midst. Their ability to communicate and spot their stalker gives the shark no chance at an attack. The team heads out to search for more scarring and more signs of shark-dolphin battles.
We're to our port now, just a little bit. 10, 11 o'clock, maybe 100 meters out.
So we've got one dolphin up here. Appears just to be logging or just resting at the surface.
It definitely has scars.
That's the thing about dolphins, though. They don't want to stick around. They don't.
It's a perfect display of another dolphin defensive weapon: speed. They can reach up to 22 miles per hour. A simple flick of the tail, and they leave a trail of bubbles, able to outswim most predators, including sharks. But there's a shark that's even faster. The Mako.
Mako sharks are one of the fastest fish in the sea, and compared to other sharks, their speed and agility cannot compare.
Mako sharks are torpedoes with teeth, blasting up to 45 miles per hour, twice as fast as dolphins.
Oh! Shark, right here.
Near Maui, Hawaii, Captain Steve Lawless captures a Mako and dolphin encounter off his snorkel boat.
He's got the dolphin in his mouth.
The Mako has the dolphin by the tail, a sure sign that the shark outswam its panicked prey.
Has he swallowed the dolphin, or is the dolphin hanging down the side?
I think a dolphin could quite easily outmaneuver a tiger shark. However, if we brought a Mako shark to the table, not a chance.
This is crazy.
Luckily for the dolphins of Shark Bay, there aren't many Makos here. But there are tigers, and the team wants to know if they're in the right place to capture one. Step 1, retrieve the bruv.
How'd you guys do? Everything back in one piece?
Everything's back in one piece.
I can't wait to see what was down there with that remora.
Is the footage binge-worthy? Success. Tigers on camera. The team is in the right spot.
We know from bruvs that this is an area that has a lot of tiger sharks in many different habitats. What we don't have evidence of on these bruvs is exactly what the sharks are eating.
To really understand the shark-dolphin relationship, Francis wants to capture a shark's eye view of Shark Bay.
So basically what this is it's our fin camera. What happens is we'll slot this over the fin of the tiger shark and we'll send it on its merry way.
All right, good to go?
Good to go.
Okay, got that?
They set up a series of baited hooks called a drumline.
Ready to go.
All right, going over. All right, roll bottom.
One down.
One down, 4 to go.
All right, let's get the next one set.
They check the lines every 30 minutes to ensure no shark is harmed.
Got a shark on the line.
Just want to see what we got. Coming up. Oh, good. Coming under, coming under.
All right, ready to go on that.
Hey, I'm Zero.
Zero.
Watch it, Francis, watch it.
Losing the head here.
There's a primal conflict down in the deep. Dolphins and sharks.
Shark.
Oh, he's massive.
They're fighting. Oh.
Okay, I'm Zero.
Zero.
Watch it, Francis, watch it. Losing the head here.
Oh!
Shark researchers Francis Faribaugh, Kirk Gastrich, and cameraman Duncan Brake are at one of the fiercest battlegrounds in this ferocious struggle, Shark Bay, Australia.
Many of the dolphins that we have seen have shown lots of evidence of encounters with sharks, very specific scarring and bite marks. So we know that these interactions are occurring.
Their mission, capture direct evidence of these battles and observe offense and defense in action. Which strategies work? Which don't?
He's got a dolphin in his mouth!
To do it, they want to catch the region's supreme predator, the tiger shark, and stick a camera on its fin.
Pretty shark, hooked good.
They have their shark, but
It's a bronzy.
That moment when you're waiting for those stripes to appear on the back of the shark, and then you see a flash of bronze instead. Yeah, it's almost heartbreaking. You've got a shark, it's just not the right one.
bronze whalers are relatives of tiger sharks, but they're not known for attacking dolphins.
We'll get the bolt cutters ready, Francis.
Yep.
The team decides to hang on to their fin cam and keep searching for a tiger.
Nice.
Okay, it's gone. We just released it straight away, and it was a really beautiful release.
Right back to square one.
Of nearly 500 species of sharks, only about 10 target dolphins as prey. The usual suspects top the list: the tiger, great white, and hammerhead. They mostly eat stingrays, but a hammerhead will hunt down a dolphin given the chance.
Look at that shark, dude!
I got him, man. I got it all right here.
Holy.
The notorious bull shark, a known man-eater, makes the list.
Bull sharks are very bold and brash, kind of bowl those other sharks out of the way sometimes just to find out where the food is.
Every species of shark is going to have different hunting modes, different strategies, different sort of niches that they fill.
But when it comes to hunting dolphins, each of these different species share a common trait: size matters.
Oi, oi, massive one!
Look at the size of the thing!
To get past a dolphin's defenses, the rule seems to be a shark needs to be as big or bigger. But there are exceptions to every rule. Off the Florida coast, a young black-tipped shark is in pursuit of a bottlenose dolphin, more than twice his size.
Yeah, black-tip sharks, every time I've been in the water with them, they always behave erratically. They're like little kids on a sugar rush, kind of bouncing around. They don't really care about where you are. They just want the cheeky free snack.
The shark's running a risk. His snack could attack. The shark comes to his senses and backs off. The team hopes to film their own dolphin and shark face-off with a fin cam.
All right, one more.
So we just finished checking the lines. We rebaited everything. We've got some fresh meat on there for the shark.
I think we actually got a shark on the line.
As we were going around, we noticed that both of the buoys were underwater.
Watch your feet, watch your feet, watch your feet.
So, like, for it to pull both those buoys down, it was going to be a huge animal.
All right, coming up now. It's coming up. Yep, here he's coming up. All right, hold on.
It's a tiger.
All right, got a bruiser of a tiger.
I jumped in the water. The water around here is a little bit murky, so we couldn't really tell how big she was until we jumped in there.
Ah, this is a big one. Big female.
It's huge.
I've filmed tiger sharks all around the world. However, jumping in the water here in Shark Bay with these just huge, just off the chart, ginormous mama bus tiger sharks just blew my mind. And it almost made some of the other sharks that I've been in the water look like tadpoles.
Such a massive animal demands extreme caution.
Our first priority is the safety of everyone involved, the safety of the animal, and then getting good science.
Shark secured. But there's a problem.
All right, this hook's straightening out, so just be careful.
A steel hook is the only thing keeping this powerful shark safely in place. And she's bending it.
That's straightening.
If she straightens it much more, this massive beast will break loose.
Yeah, you are big, I know.
Francis and Kirk have a decision to make.
We can let her go, or we can try to do a workup, hope this hook doesn't straighten fully, and we lose her before we get the camera on.
All right, ready to go on that?
All right, Ash, you can come on over here.
They decide to go for it.
Come on up, Ash. We can probably get a tail on her now.
Got it. We got a line on the tail anyway.
Yeah. Once we lose control of the head, though, we're
Keeping control of the shark's head is critical, especially with her size. A snap of the jaw could mean tragedy.
Sorry.
hand.
This huge tiger shark swinging around with its teeth. Every time that shark shook its head, that hook straightened a little bit more.
Okay, Kirk, incoming with the tape.
The closest hospital is a 6-hour boat ride away.
Okay, hand me the tape again.
More than enough time for someone to bleed out if shark teeth meet human flesh.
Okay, I'm zero, Francis. Zero. Okay. 3.8. 3.8.
3.8 meters. This monster shark is 12.5 feet long.
She's so big.
And the hook is straightening.
It's probably gonna come out.
If the shark breaks free, it could swamp the boat.
Yeah, she's pissed.
Or charge straight at Duncan.
Take it a little tighter on the tail, Ash. It's gonna get lost. Watch out. Take it a little tighter on the tail, Ash. Yeah. It's gonna get lost. Watch out.
No, I got it.
An almost 15-foot tiger shark in Shark Bay, Australia. Might be just perfect.
It's huge.
The research team hopes to stick a fin camera on the tiger's dorsal, providing crucial insight into the epic clash between sharks and dolphins. But there's a problem.
This hook's straightening out. Hand.
The shark is bending the steel hook, the only thing keeping her massive head still and her bone-crushing jaws away from underwater cameraman Duncan Brake.
This tiger shark was on steroids. It was massive.
Will the hook hold?
If we're quick, we might be able to do this.
Got it.
It's now or never.
All right, Francis, you ready?
Yep.
That's pretty good. Let's go flush down the body.
Okay.
The fin cam is on.
Clear.
Okay. Awesome.
They send her on her way.
Dunk. I'm gonna do release, all right?
I really didn't comprehend how big the animal was until it started swimming towards me. Then she went right between my legs, and she was huge. Then it swam off into the distance. The fin cam looked like it was perfectly placed, perfectly angled. It's kind of creepy because within seconds, in this water clarity, they just disappear.
Cool. We got it. Camera's out. Now we're gonna check out, see what these guys really do with their time.
That is a beautiful animal.
Good work, Francis.
That was a truly massive individual and just a beautiful, beautiful animal. So I'm very excited to see what happens next.
Any information we get back is gonna be novel. So we're just really excited to see what we get on this camera.
Recently, another camera captured a shark-dolphin clash. But this one flips the script.
People forget that killer whales are actually dolphins. They're all part of the same family. But they're bigger than tiger sharks, and they're more cunning and more intelligent than great whites. If there's something that I am more cautious of being in the water with than a shark, it's definitely an orca, a killer whale.
Off Costa Rica, a pod of orcas, the world's largest dolphin, target a tiger shark.
Orcas are so intelligent that they will collaboratively hunt together in order to take down their prey.
The pod surrounds the tiger, trapping it at the surface. One orca moves in, locking the shark in its jaws. Now the rest of the pod gets a piece.
And what's more twisted is that they won't even eat the whole shark. They'll dissect it and take out a special little bit that they like the taste of. When you pitch an orca against a shark, or several orcas against one shark, it's almost game over every time for the shark.
This battle goes to the dolphins.
And just because bottlenose dolphins, the ones that are here, are smaller, does not make them any less shrinking violets. They're still very vicious predators.
Back in Shark Bay,
Is it getting stronger?
Nope.
the team hopes for their own amazing footage. After a day hitchhiking on the tiger shark, the camera automatically detaches and floats free. Now, the team needs to track it down in 3.2 million acres of open water.
I think we might have passed it because we're starting to get weaker and the signal's coming from that way.
They're fighting the elements and the setting sun to find it.
As long as we're going in the right direction, I'll keep looking.
Okay. I don't know if you can see behind us. We're getting out of Shark Bay and sort of into the ocean. It's a race against the clock.
Keep this heading for a little bit.
If we don't find it before sunset, it's going to be nigh on impossible to collect at night because then we're looking for a black thing in a black ocean.
I think we're getting really close. It's getting pretty loud.
Yeah?
Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. If we're quick, we might be able to do this.
Got it.
After attaching a specialized fin cam on a tiger shark,
All right, Francis, you ready? Yep. Got it. Camera's out.
a team of shark biologists needs to find it.
I think we might have passed it because we're starting to get weaker and the signal's coming from that way.
The camera floated free a few hours ago. The hope is that it captured something never seen before, a shark's eye view of that shark going fin to fin with a dolphin.
What we hope to find when we get that camera back is we're really looking for how these organisms may interact with their prey species, including dolphins.
Documenting a dolphin encounter as a shark sees it would be groundbreaking. It could answer long-burning questions about these two top predators. It can also capture a whole lot of nothing.
The signal's definitely coming from this direction.
Yeah, let me have a quick listen.
Got it, right there. Right there.
For real?
Yep.
Oh, I see it. Yep. Yes, Kurt. Well done. That moment where we plucked the fin cam
Got it. Woohoo!
from the sort of setting sun in the seething ocean was incredible.
There we go, guys. Love it.
Now you have to make sure that it all worked. Well, we have footage.
It's a good start.
Find the release.
Yep.
And boom.
There she goes. Kicking strong.
Shark Bay, from the point of view of a giant apex predator.
We did find it way out in that offshore there, so maybe she gets deeper, although we might lose the light later on in the day.
They've got hours of footage of this tiger on the move. It's valuable data, just not the eye-popping action they hoped for.
This happens in fieldwork all the time, but when you only have a limited window and a couple shots, or maybe one shot at it, when that happens, it's rough. Yeah, it doesn't feel great.
Sometimes, it's a matter of being at the right place at the right time. Captain Ash had recent luck of his own.
So we were just filming out here one day, and we saw this object. So that's a tiger. at the back of the boat. So we just followed it. 4 dolphins just appeared out of nowhere with a juvenile dolphin. You'll see them here. See that's the tiger, little juvenile right in front of the shark. We thought, gee whiz, this tiger's just going to eat this juvenile dolphin. Watch what happens when the adults get involved. They end up flicking this bit of seaweed in front of the tiger shark and distracting it from the little dolphin. As if they were like teaching the little dolphin, don't be scared of this tiger shark, and just in case you get into trouble, there's that seaweed.
The pod of dolphins work together to keep the little calf safe from the tiger.
I mean, given the water clarity and just also the sort of maneuverable space, they probably felt this was a pretty low-risk situation.
Ash's footage points out a potential flaw in the team's fin cam deployment. The camera doesn't see any dolphins because in daylight, dolphins see the shark first. Nighttime might be when all the action happens. The team has a solution: a special night vision camera.
We know that tiger sharks are active at night. The real question is, how are they interacting with their prey at night?
This camera can answer that question. It uses infrared technology to peer into darkness.
To my knowledge, there has never been a nighttime deployment of a fin camera in Shark Bay.
Night is when these 2 top predators bring all their weapons to bear. Their super senses, echolocation in dolphins, electroreceptivity in sharks, allow both to keep battling after the sun goes down. They head north, where Captain Ash feels they have the best shot at catching a big tiger at night.
So we're just loading up the boat now to go set some lines to catch our sharks at night so we can put in our night camera, so we gotta go.
A lot more swell this evening. There's a big storm front coming in. So we've got a limited amount of time to get this tag on. Go get a tiger, mate.
If there's no shark, they'll have to pull the lines before the storm rolls in.
So right now we're just looking for the buoys. It's a little after 4 a.m. The wind is picked up, so fingers crossed we get a big tiger really quickly.
They're in luck.
You see it?
There it is, dead ahead.
We have a big old tiger shark on the line. We're gonna work her up as fast as we can and go from there.
All right, ready?
Yep. I'm on it.
Big.
Big female.
You got a hand or you're right?
Yep, coming down.
Working a tiger shark is hard during daytime, but downright dangerous at night. Teeth and whipping tail, all in darkness.
Stakes are high. You know, we got 1 shot left at this, so we gotta try to make it work.
Watch out. I said coming up, coming up.
Once again, Duncan dives in, this time in ink-black waters.
Whenever you enter the water at night, you've always got to be concerned of not what you can see, but what you can't see. And when the lights go out, no one knows what could happen.
Hold on. Watch it, Francis, watch it. Hold on. Watch it, Francis, watch it.
Shark researchers Francis Faribaugh and Kurt Gastrich are wrestling a tiger shark.
Coming down. Bring it in. Okay. You good?
Yeah, I got it.
They hope to attach a special nighttime fin cam, but an incoming storm and a thrashing shark might make that impossible.
Although there have been daytime camera deployments in Shark Bay, there haven't been any nighttime camera deployments. Whatever we get back from this camera is going to be novel stuff.
So now that we've got the shark alongside the boat, we're gonna finish our work up, attach this nighttime camera, and let her go. See what she sees.
We'll try to just get it down a little bit more.
Watch out, guys.
The whipping shark and the crashing swells are not making it easy.
Come on.
How we going with that, Francis?
Almost done.
Their underwater cinematographer, Duncan Brake, is capturing the action up close, sometimes too close.
Stop. That's it. Got it?
This current's kicking my ass. Every couple of moments, there'd be a massive surge, which would be pushing us right in towards the jaws of the massive tiger shark.
Car, if you got it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Francis got the tag on her, and she's getting restless, so we better get her back in the ocean.
The shark is ready to release. They have to time it just right.
Okay, you ready?
Ready.
Wait for the next surge, 1 second.
Ready?
Hang on. Yeah, I'm ready.
He's ready.
Good?
Yeah.
Got it.
You're off?
Off.
Rightio.
A first, a nighttime fin cam deployment in Shark Bay.
Woo!
Awesome.
Yeah, that's a pretty beautiful experience. So now it's just a race against time to make sure that we get the tag as soon as it pops up and that we gather that data and get it back.
But there's a problem.
Head ahead, Francis.
Got it?
Yep, got it. So we were just headed on our way back into the boat and the tag popped off.
Instead of hours, the camera releases after only a few minutes.
All of what you had hoped and you've done all this work for, it's just defeat snatched from the jaws of victory. You're so high and then you just drop so low. So here you can see the animal in the boat. And then floats back up towards the surface here. Bummer.
But there is a silver lining.
What this does is the night vision camera works. We can see the animal's head, and it's encouraging to see these images come back. So it's something, an area for further exploration, for sure.
Off.
It came back with our first glimpse of some underwater nighttime footage from these tiger sharks. You get confirmation that this technology could work.
The battle beneath the waves of Shark Bay remains hidden, for now. But Shark Bay does reveal something to the research team. This war might not have winners and losers.
I think it's a mistake to think of this conflict between dolphins and sharks as a zero-sum game. When it's in balance, you end up with a healthy functioning ecosystem, which is what we're looking to better understand and protect and preserve as we move forward with the changing planet.
This balance between the ocean's supreme predators is revealed off the Florida coast. A diver is in the middle of a bait ball. This swirling mass forms as a defensive maneuver, a way to confuse predators. Predators, like sharks and dolphins. But here, they put their differences aside.
So when there's a big bait school in the water, all these sharks and dolphins are collectively working together, collaboratively, preying on all these little fish. When the ocean provides, it's almost like the sharks and the dolphins have called a ceasefire so that they can meet in the middle and take down their prey.
It's another glimpse into the world of sharks and dolphins. One more chance to gain insight into their complicated relationship, one that is changing how we view each animal.
It's a mistake to think of dolphins versus sharks as some kind of mismatched pairing. That's not one that's like a heavyweight champion and one that's a lightweight by any means.
With sharks versus dolphins, there's not ever a clear-cut winner or loser. It's just nature.
We all know what sharks do. Hunt, kill, eat. Sharks are powerful, ferocious. Predators never prey. Hunters, not the hunted. But every shark has a weak spot.
One of the biggest misconceptions about sharks is that they're all predators and don't have to worry about becoming a meal themselves.
And now, amazing evidence is emerging of other predators that are hungry for shark.
It's eat or be eaten.
they're flipping the script on the ocean's most notorious predators.
Whoa, whoa, oh, there he is.
Off the coast of Florida, a 5-foot blacktip shark's killer instinct has landed it in trouble. It's hooked.
He's changing his mind, don't he?
Fast, aggressive predators, blacktips, usually go unchallenged. But this predator is now prey. It's about to be savaged. Out of the blue, a giant bull shark strikes. We warn you, the image is shocking. Its nervous system seems to drive the body to swim away. But the pumping blood lures other bulls. Adult blacktips have no common natural predators. But hooked, it turned into a giant shark lure.
When you have a shark or a fish on a fishing line, it's like ringing the dinner bell for a bigger shark. And so here you've had a bull shark come along and just take out this blacktip that was on the line.
Bull sharks are among the most deadly of all, both the humans and other sharks. Big, aggressive, and superbly adapted to murky water, they have ultra-sensitive prey detection systems. Pores around their snouts, called ampullae of Lorenzini, pick up minute electrical signals in the water. All living creatures produce an electrical field by muscle contractions. And the thrashing blacktip calls in its killers.
Sharks are absolutely prey in the ocean. Its body undulations, its movements are generating low-frequency sound that's picked up by the bull shark. And that big bull shark moves right in and just takes it.
Even though it's shocking to witness, a new picture is emerging. Sharks as regular predators of other sharks. Sharks are seen as the ocean's ultimate predators. They're followed and filmed as the killers, not the killed. But now, with more amateur cameras rolling than ever before, we're discovering that sharks can also be victims.
It's really a cool time to be around because people are posting all kinds of videos they've captured, many of which are behaviors we've never seen before.
We're starting to get these really kind of cool glimpses into these rare but really interesting interactions. And it's only when the scales are tipped so far to one side that they have a good chance of being successful and not getting injured that they're going to attack.
Sharks' teeth are deadly in attack and equally dangerous in defense. But in rare cases, other predators can exploit a shark's few weaknesses. On many tropical reefs, the white-tip reef shark is the dominant force. They patrol the shallow water, mostly at night. White-tips are superbly adapted hunters. Unlike many other sharks, they can breathe without swimming. Long, thin bodies allow them to scour the reef for food. It's a constant search. When prey like a moray eel is found, white-tips are masters at extracting them. Moray eels get big, with one species reaching 11 feet long. They lurk among the reefs and hide in crevices. launching snatch and grab attacks from their rocky lairs. They bite with enormous force, and almost anything is fair game. Whitetips and eels coexist on the reef. But divers in Indonesia witness an extraordinary incident. A huge moray eel turns the table on a lone whitetip that strays within striking distance.
This attack of a moray eel on a whitetip reef shark is really fascinating. What makes moray eels really efficient predators is the strength, the power, and the design of their jaws. You not only have this very large jaw, but it's armed with sharply pointed teeth that are really well adapted, like a mousetrap to, really clutch animals within its grasp.
The thing you see here is that eels are incredibly powerful predators. It leaves its lair there so it can change where it's biting the shark, because it's got to get the shark head first if it's going to swallow it. Now, while it's doing it, the shark almost gets away, but just as it's trying to swim away, the eel's able to grab it right by the head and then maneuver it so that the head is just inside the eel's mouth. This is where a really cool adaptation takes over. How's it going to swallow that shark? It actually has a second set of jaws in its mouth called the pharyngeal jaws that sit toward the back of the throat. Those can go forward like the alien in Aliens, grab the shark, and pull it back toward its throat so it can start to swallow it.
Despite its size and 2 sets of jaws, this eel has bitten off more than it can chew.
And you have a very messed up shark that was in the stomach of that eel. But white-tip reef sharks can survive and get oxygen while just sitting on the bottom. So it might be able to go find a rock and actually recover from that battle.
The eel's double jaws prove sharks have their weak spots, but the shark was too big to swallow. But in northern Australia, there's a super predator that doesn't have a size disadvantage and may have the power to take on even the biggest sharks. Crocodiles may be the world's most dangerous ambush hunters. Off the coast and in the rivers of the Northern Territory, nothing is safe from them.
Crocodiles as a group have been around longer than dinosaurs, so obviously they are really successful. And when you get to the saltwater crocodiles in Australia, you're talking about one of the biggest species of crocodiles, and they are really perfectly adapted to taking big prey.
Salties have glands on their tongues that excrete excess sodium from their systems. That means they can hunt in coastal waters.
Saltwater crocodiles are really good swimmers, so they can cover areas of hundreds of miles. They aren't necessarily just sitting in one spot all the time. So there's no question that these big saltwater crocodiles would run into big sharks out in the ocean.
In the open ocean, a bull shark could easily see and outswim a predatory croc. But when sharks swim into the rivers, they're on the croc's turf. Crocodile jumping tours are common in the Northern Territory. It's an awesome display of the power and ferocity of these salties. And for one croc in particular, it points to a legendary encounter. Brutus is one of the largest and most famous crocs on the Adelaide River. He's said to be 80 years old, is at least 18 feet long, and could weigh more than a ton. Brutus is missing his front leg, and locals claim a shark may have bitten it off when he was younger. To some experts, it's no surprise that a bull shark would attack a crocodile.
What is really amazing about the bull shark is that it's not afraid to attack something bigger than it. It will kill a variety of species, including other sharks, definitely top predators of all sharks.
But would a croc, even a salty, take on such a well-armed predator as a bull?
You know, if a bull shark were to swim by, there's no reason to believe a crocodile wouldn't try to grab it.
Saltwater croc versus bull shark. Could such a face-off between two apex predators really happen? It not only could happen, it has happened. And it's Brutus, the three-legged giant, who launches the attack on the species that might have taken off his leg. Big, powerful, and aggressive, bull sharks are widely recognized as one of the most dangerous of all shark species, especially to humans. But in northern Australia, the saltwater crocodile kills more people than sharks do. And a croc named Brutus is in a fight with a bull, which was amazingly captured on camera.
People really don't see crocodiles and bull sharks interacting, so to have some of these pictures, to see that these interactions can occur, is pretty impressive.
Bull sharks get big. They're thick-bodied, and based on the size of the dorsal fin of this bull shark, I don't think it's a small one. And that makes this saltwater crocodile massive.
In the jaws of an 18-foot croc, this bull shark might seem small, but it's no easy target. Adult bulls have very few natural predators. They have perfectly adapted sensory systems to detect an attack in murky water. Their bodies are 85% muscle, and they're powerful swimmers. For Brutus to have even snatched this shark is a testament to the salty's predatory prowess.
If you're gonna have an encounter between a crocodile and a bull shark, it's gonna start with an ambush attack.
The shallow water, that's clearly the environment that this is occurring in, is absolutely an advantage for the crocodile. You know, if you're in deep water, the shark has a place to go to get away. In shallow water, murky water, this crocodile is so well camouflaged, this bull shark has no idea what's coming.
Probably the shark's gonna swim by and the crocodile's just gonna grab it really fast, wherever it can get it.
The saltwater croc has the strongest recorded bite force of any animal. It's delivered with shocking speed. But Brutus's powerful jaw doesn't finish the bull. And in the water, it can't thrash the shark about to tear it apart. So the salty pulls out an extraordinary tactical maneuver to go for the kill. He pushes it out of the water. It can't escape, and it can't breathe.
Remove the shark from the water. It's kind of like removing a boat from the water. The propeller's no good anymore. And so it gives the crocodile another advantage in its ability to kill the shark, manipulate it, and swallow it.
The shark was alive when Brutus pushed it into the mangroves. And while this attack was undoubtedly not conscious revenge by the salty, it shows a level of skill not often seen. Sharks are also adept hunters. Many attacks might look like blind instinct driven by bloodlust, but in fact, sharks are tactical predators. They carefully calculate their prey's deficiencies. It's what keeps them on top, but can also be their downfall when fighting each other. Off the coast of Louisiana, a tuna fisherman has a large hammerhead shark on his line. Out of nowhere, a huge tiger shark attacks. But the tiger shark has to be careful. Hammerheads are powerful predators in their own right.
Hammerheads are super fast and incredibly maneuverable. And you'd think they wouldn't be able to take big prey easily because their mouth is really kind of far under the hammer. But what that hammer does, it's like a dive plane, just a tiny little turn, and they can pivot really fast. So they can turn on a dime.
Hammerheads also have incredible vision. The separation of the shark's eyes allow it to see 360 degrees around.
You know, even though they might not look like something that can take big prey, hammerheads are definitely capable. And great hammerheads have a lot of small sharks and rays in their diet.
But this hammerhead is stuck on a fishing line, with a massive tiger shark taking interest. Footage of a tiger shark attacking a hammerhead is rare and gives us some remarkable insights.
We know that tiger sharks eat other sharks, but it is so rare to actually see an attack happen. You know, the tiger shark isn't just attack, 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 attack. It comes in and tries to get a bite, and it has trouble at first, and it's like trying to palm a basketball that's too big, and there's nothing to push against, so you kind of just push the shark through the water. Then eventually that tiger shark's gonna get through and get that first bite.
The first bite to the hammerhead is an attack to the tail. It's a crippling blow. With every movement, the hammerhead's blood drains away. The tiger shark waits patiently for its prey to weaken. The tail bite was devastating, but this bite, on the gills, is a death blow.
The gills on a shark, as with almost any fish, are a very, very vulnerable point. You can think of it as the Achilles heel. It takes very little damage to the gills before the animal bleeds out and dies.
Once it has full control, it drags the hammerhead into the depths. It's clear that tiger sharks are masterful tactical predators. Growing more than 16 feet, they might seem to be immune from attack themselves. But there is one species that doesn't run from tigers. Orcas. Sharks are devastating predators. But orcas have developed a series of extraordinary tactics to hunt almost any shark. The orca is truly an apex predator.
When we look around the world at the top predators in the ocean environment, and it's really hard to pick a single species because every ecosystem's a little bit different. But clearly, you know, the killer whale, the orca, is at the very pinnacle.
Orcas have sophisticated communal hunting strategies. The combined brain power of an orca army means they can take on even the most difficult prey.
They communicate, and so they can really work together. They're much more formidable than any one predator would be on its own.
Well, killer whales are amazing. And now it looks like there's some groups of killer whales that may specialize or primarily eat sharks and rays. And so shark is not uncommon on the menu for some groups of killer whales.
This sinister-looking beast is a 7-gill shark. They grow up to 10 feet long and patrol the inshore waters of 5 continents. 7 gills may appear sluggish, but they're opportunistic, stealthy predators, capable of high-speed strikes. They will eat just about anything, even taking on large prey, including dolphins and seals. These ancient sharks have few predators, But off the coast of New Zealand, a pod of orcas is on the hunt. This seven-gill is not going down without a fight. And the orcas don't rush in to attack. Maybe because they have calves, and the shark has a powerful bite. Instead, the orcas, clearly acting together, use a stunning tactic, quite literally. One orca delivers a tail slap, sending a shockwave through the water. It's a blow that knocks the shark senseless, allowing the orcas to go in for the kill. One powerful bite and the shark is finished. One by one, the calves taste the dead shark. Some speculate these orcas are purposefully teaching their young how to hunt.
I'm sure there's some level of learning that's going on. And being social animals, there's information that's passed from adults to juveniles or to calves, so high above what sharks are capable of doing.
This is not an isolated incident. Across the Pacific in California, an almost identical seven-gill hunt is filmed from the air. Researchers using a drone capture what appears to be orcas teaching their young how to kill a shark. This adult seems to be showing off its catch, but also clearly presenting it to the calves.
You almost never see something like whales feeding on a shark, especially the way they're doing it, where they're clearly working together. There may be some teaching going on. You can see the big orca is kind of showing the shark to this smaller one, teaching its offspring that this is the kind of prey that you want to hunt for, and when you catch it, this is what you want to do.
You see in this video one point where it looks like one whale passes the shark off to the other one. Those killer whales will actually divide the food up.
That to me, that whole coordinated effort is really what I find most striking about this event.
Orcapods have learned to deal with some sharks, but tiger sharks are apex predators themselves and are equipped to pierce even the heaviest armor.
Tiger sharks are really incredible predators. They've got huge heads. The mouth is right at the front of the snout, so they can easily grab onto prey. Tiger sharks have super broad teeth, and they're curved with serrations, and that makes it really good for cutting.
You might think a shark that can bite through a sea turtle shell is too dangerous for another predator to attack. But this unique video shows that orcas have even figured out how to take on a tiger. In Costa Rica, 3 orcas seem to be forcing this tiger shark to the ocean surface, tiring it out and taking bites to wear it down. The orcas have to contend with the shark's powerful bite, so they use a surprising method to subdue it.
The strategy we see unfolding, and we've only seen it a few times, is that the orcas are very effective at putting their sharks to sleep. They know that if you turn a shark upside down, it's going to, in essence, pass out. We call it tonic immobility. We don't really know exactly what's going on, except that when you turn many species of sharks onto their backs, they become limp and seemingly pass out. This is just a great example of how a very, very big top predator can dispatch another predator.
The orcas use brain and brawn to kill the tiger. But it turns out that sharks are vulnerable to attack from another powerful hunter, the octopus. But how does a creature with no bones and a beak attack a shark? Octopuses are famously smart, but they're soft-bodied mollusks related to snails with no hard protective shell. They rely on amazing camouflage to avoid being eaten themselves. But those same camo skills also make them phenomenal predators. And there's one octopus in particular that is big enough to take on sharks. Off the Pacific Northwest coast of the US lives a shark called the spiny dogfish. They grow to around 4 feet long, are voracious predators, and will eat fish, octopus, and even other sharks. As their name suggests, spiny dogfish also have a good defense system.
Spiny dogfish themselves are well armed. You know, if you look at the base of each dorsal fin, they've got these sharp spines. And those sharp spines, while they're not venomous, do create problems for anything that grab onto it.
But there may be an octopus living in the same piece of ocean that's equipped to take on sharks. The giant Pacific octopus.
We look at this species of octopus, it's giant, it's a big octopus. It's among the largest in the world. And as such, it can take on larger prey.
The biggest has been measured at 30 feet, weighing 600 pounds, though most are much smaller. But octopuses have some powerful predatory tricks up their 8 sleeves. Most incredible is their ability to disappear.
Now, the octopus is one of the masters of camouflage. And if you're able to blend into your background to the extent that whatever's swimming by you doesn't know you're there, you've got a huge ambush advantage.
They're aggressive fighters and will defend their territory from rivals. And when they hunt, they sometimes use their bodies to cover prey in a tent, with their arms free to take care of any challengers. And they have a powerful beak to tear their prey to bits. But even with these weapons, the octopus would typically let the dogfish just swim by.
Well, I'm guessing that battles between giant Pacific octopus and spiny dogfish are pretty infrequent. But, you know, one thing that you do see in the wild is that some predators will get good at catching weird things.
The octopus's camouflage makes it invisible to the dogfish, and it attacks. This octopus bites off more than it can chew and disappears in a cloud of ink.
Spiny dogfish has those kind of small needle-like teeth, and they're sharks, so they're pretty powerful. They're basically all muscle.
In this battle, the octopus can't take down the dogfish. But in an astonishing turn-up for the books, at the Seattle Aquarium, the exact same face-off plays out.
Giant Pacific octopus, they can get really big, and then with those suction cups and the tentacles, you can really envelop the shark quickly and then bring the beak to bear.
The giant Pacific octopus's arms are extremely strong and can lift 14 times its weight. Each arm contains up to 280 suckers, which they use to hang on and even taste with. This time, the octopus attacks the shark's Achilles heel and goes for a death grip.
Yeah, these dogfish need to be able to swim to get oxygen, and so basically shutting that water flow down by not letting it move or swim away, it's eventually going to die. It'll suffocate.
The shark is almost dead in the water, and the octopus pulls its victim in towards its beak to dismember it. Bigger neighbors with better weapons can destroy a shark. But some of the most surprising shark killers are also prey. In South Africa, great whites hunt Cape fur seals in dramatic fashion. But when fur seals and blue sharks meet, the tables turn, and it's shark blood that's in the water. Sharks are definitely prey, even big ones. But when a shark grows up to 21 feet long and weighs more than 7,000 pounds, it can legitimately be called a beast. And this beast is hungry. The great white shark is the ultimate killing machine. During winter mornings in False Bay, South Africa, great whites are laying waste to their victims, the Cape Fur seal. For a shark this size, one fur seal may sustain it for months. And the sharks hunt these waters off of Seal Island for months at a time.
White sharks are an incredible apex predator. They're fast, they can come out of nowhere, so they use stealth, and then they have these huge mouths and great cutting teeth, so even big prey like seals and sea lions have to worry about them.
But seals and sea lions are also powerful, effective predators. Male sea lions can weigh over 800 pounds and can be voracious killers.
We look at seals and we see very cute animals, but when you really take a hard look at these, you see actually a very effective, very well-armed predator.
They have a mouth full of sharp teeth used for tearing flesh. And when the right opportunity presents itself, they will flip the script on sharks.
Well, you think of seals and sea lions as being prey for sharks, and that's certainly true when you're thinking of white sharks. But what people may not realize is that they can actually be predators of not just one species shark, but several species.
Off California, sea lions fight to survive among killer whales and great whites. But some sharks would be smart to avoid the sea lion's ravenous appetite. The thresher shark gets its name from its long tail that it uses to slap and stun prey. Adult females can grow up to 15 feet. But to get that big, they have to avoid becoming prey themselves. This sea lion is making short work of a thresher shark. These images show it tearing it apart. The sea lion will thrash the shark around, ripping off chunks small enough to swallow. It's a display of horrifying skill. California sea lions take small sharks. But back off the coast of South Africa, there is more blood in the water. And it's not the Cape Fur seals. This time, it's shark blood. Speed and surprise kills fur seals. But now, they've figured out how to catch and kill a shark that's as fast as they are. Scientists are reporting instances of Cape Fur seals attacking and killing blue sharks. Blue sharks are high-speed open-water predators. They reach 13 feet long, can weigh over 500 pounds, and are known to have killed 4 people. They're some of the fastest sharks in the ocean and use their impressive quickness to snatch prey.
The blue shark is a top predator in the open ocean. I don't typically see many animals at all attack blue sharks. They get to be, 12, 13 feet long, 500 pounds. And here we have one that's being attacked and killed by a seal. It's amazing.
I've never seen photographs like these before, capturing a predation event between a fur seal and a blue shark. This is really unique. It's almost like the fur seal is gonna bring that shark home like a trophy and hang it on its wall. But even a blue shark has a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth that the fur seal is gonna have to be very careful of.
But the seal didn't just avoid the shark's bite. It managed to sink its teeth into the blue's gills, a display of speed and agility never documented before.
Seals and sea lions are super powerful pound for pound, and they are incredibly maneuverable too. That head, they can dart around. Their foreflippers that provide the propulsion let them just turn in incredible ways. I mean, 3 dimensions mean nothing to them. They can corkscrew through the water, and then that neck can dart out and catch something. So this fur seal just got good at catching sharks and knows that if you take a big chunk out there, there's no way that the shark's gonna survive.
The fur seal in this photograph went on a killing spree and was observed taking at least 4 sharks that day. Other shark predators aren't so picky. While sharks have the reputation of being the most voracious oceanic predators, there are some ocean giants that will not only attack divers, but swallow a shark whole. Off the coast of South Africa, a shark-feeding frenzy is underway. Giant schools of migrating sardines are under attack from hundreds of sharks and other predators. These copper sharks will spend weeks feasting on the bait ball. Thousands of creatures feed off the millions of tiny fish. But there are some cousins in fish families that grow to gargantuan size and regularly turn the tables on sharks. Meet the Goliath grouper.
When you think of a bony fish like a grouper or a snapper, we think of a fun day out on the water fishing and then maybe a barbecue on the beach. But they can actually be predators in their own right.
Goliath groupers can get to be 500 pounds and much bigger.
And the bigger the mouth, the more suction they can generate. So these big groupers, when they open their mouths, it's like the most powerful vacuum cleaner you can imagine.
They live close to shore and will attack anything they can get inside their monster mouths.
Man, I wish I got that on video.
This shark is caught on a fisherman's line.
We got it on video. Come on. There he is. Oh my God, we got a picture of it.
A Goliath grouper seizes its chance at an easy meal.
This big Goliath grouper comes up and just inhales the shark.
This really shows that there are other big predators out there, especially on coral reefs. So there's not necessarily a special status of being a shark that you wouldn't eat it. If it's the right size to be your prey, they will.
I got a jewfish eating. Oh my God. Did you see that?
As well as size, teeth, and armored skin, many sharks have another ability that makes them very difficult to attack: speed. In Australia, a drone operator witnessed false killer whales stalking an unknown shark for several minutes. The shark is quick, but the false killer whales hunt with a method that gives them the advantage, no matter how fast the shark swims. False killer whales are one of the larger members of the dolphin family, growing up to 20 feet. Not much is known about them, but like all dolphins, they're social, which makes them successful group predators. This pod off Hawaii has its sights set on a large mahi-mahi. With one precisely targeted tail slap, the mahi is stunned, and it's all over. False killer whales also have the predatory toolkit to take out sharks.
False killer whales are impressive predators. They're not as big as true killer whales, but like true killer whales, they live in groups, they're really social, they're really smart, they have big mouths, and they can take big prey.
All dolphins eat fish, but in this extremely rare footage, a pod of false killer whales follows and attacks an unknown shark.
This shark really only has one strategy, and that is to run away.
For a moment, this mystery shark seems doomed, but then breaks free and speeds away. Depending on the species, it might easily outswim its pursuers. Of all sharks, the short-fin Mako is thought to be the fastest, capable of short bursts of 46 miles per hour. Their powerful tail produces maximum thrust, and they catch and kill large fish and even other sharks. But when it comes to speed and power, no shark outclasses the great white. One was tracked crossing the entire Indian Ocean from South Africa to Australia. They're considered one of the fastest in short bursts, with speeds reaching 35 miles an hour. Both Makos and great whites live in these waters. But even if this shark does manage to maneuver away, the whales have a way to find it: sonar.
They also are capable of using sonar. They use sound waves to bounce off of their prey, and when those sound waves come back to the whale, they can actually see the shark without having to use their eyes.
The shark's attempt at evading the much larger predators fails. The whale's sonar pinpoints the shark, and they make the kill look easy. Sharks are the perfect ocean predators. They're equipped with an arsenal of deadly weapons and finely tuned to kill. But as new images surface, it's clear that sharks have their weak spots and that many other predators have figured out how to target them. The lives of what we like to call the ocean's top predators are full of danger. And the hunters are also the hunted.
An ancient arena for ocean giants. In one corner, enormous yellowfin tuna, nearly twice the length of a man, weighing over 800 pounds, one of the fastest fish in the ocean. In the other corner, sharks, thousands of them. Crushing teeth, lightning-fast speed, and street gang numbers. But the tuna remain one step ahead. This is shark versus tuna. Some call it the Rock. A Jurassic Park lost in the South Atlantic Ocean. Over 1,000 miles from land in any direction. This is Ascension Island. Darwin's best-kept secret. Everything that lives here or stops here is either hunter or hunted. Ascension plays host to one of nature's greatest showdowns. Thousands of the ocean's most deadly predators arrive from far and wide to fight it out in a high-stakes battle royale. Schools of jacks dominate the drop-offs. Thousands of green turtles come here annually to nest on the sandy beaches. And swarms of huge predatory fish, like barracuda, marlin, and wahoo, lurk in the open water. But no one is safe. Except maybe this enormous yellowfin tuna. This superfish normally lives life in the desert of the open ocean, where food is scarce. But every Easter, Ascension Island becomes an oasis for giant tuna migrating across the Atlantic. It's one of the largest concentrations of yellowfin in the world. To get in and out of the rock alive, you must be big, smart, and fast. Despite being near the top of the food chain, tuna are a favorite meal for sharks, if they can catch them. So not only must the yellowfin be an exceptional predator, it must be a wily escape artist too. The average yellowfin is by no means small, but Ascension is home to giants. Nearly twice the length of a man and as heavy as a horse. This is one of the fastest fish in the ocean. Even the US Navy studied it as a model for submersible drones. Built for speed, the tuna's gills are over 30 times larger than other fish its size to draw in more oxygen. And its heart is 10 times bigger, with a faster heartbeat. Like the great white shark, the yellowfin is warm-blooded, which allows it to swim faster for longer and exploit the colder, deeper waters where other predators can't hunt. Little can keep up with or escape this turbocharged fish. And their next feeding stop is Ascension Island. The tuna's arrival acts like a dinner bell for some of the ocean's fiercest marine predators. At this time of year, the tuna are set to run a gauntlet of sharks. And they aren't the only ones that want a piece of the tuna. Tales of Ascension's big game fish attract sports fishermen and trophy hunters from all over the world. Of all the fish they target here, the giant yellowfin is highly prized. Some carry a $20,000 paycheck. The wily tuna doesn't take the bait this time. An 8-foot wahoo does. Below the surface, the fish's struggles are a call to arms. At Ascension, everyone's hungry. a 120-pound wahoo is obliterated. They try to eat everything, even the bony head. With the sharks distracted in frenzy, the tuna escape. But the battle lines are drawn. These sharks mean business, and there are thousands of them. Like the tuna, sharks ride the South Atlantic current to Ascension in terrifying numbers. Tigers, hammerheads, and Mako, to the ever-increasing sightings of Galapagos sharks. Each is locked in an evolutionary arms race with the tuna. And right now, no one knows who's winning. The sharks patrol the beaches. The rock is under siege. There is an abundance of prey here. But like the fishermen, the shark's holy grail is the giant yellowfin. After traveling thousands of miles to get here, these sharks are desperate to replenish their reserves. Tuna are jam-packed with some of the richest, fattiest meat in the ocean. And an 800-pound yellowfin is the jackpot. But how on earth will these sharks successfully catch and kill such formidable prey? Yellowfin tuna are unbelievably fast, powerful predators. And for a shark, incredibly hard to catch. There are only a handful of contenders up for the tuna challenge. To hunt these superfish, you need extraordinary predatory powers. Meet the resident bad boy, the Galapagos shark. Ascension is their local hunting ground. And unlike the tuna and migrant sharks, they know this terrain like the backs of their hands. Most of them grew up here, learning to hunt in the shallow nurseries. And in the last 2 years, Galapagos sightings have increased dramatically. Despite reaching 12 feet in length, this welterweight is only half the size of the giant yellowfin. Its streamlined and slender frame does give this shark agility and speed like the tuna. But like its cousin, the tiger shark, the Galapagos has more powerful jaws and sharper, serrated teeth. This allows for a highly varied diet, from bony fish and iguanas to sea lions and even each other. But here at Ascension, yellowfin remain a #1 prize. Oily prey, like tuna, leaves a scent signature up to 2 miles away. In the open blue water, this Galapagos shark's incredible sense of smell could give it the edge. Almost 2/3 of their brain is dedicated to smell. The nostrils, or nares, are not required for breathing. All the better to smell you with. 10,000 times better than humans. Where the Galapagos shark matches the tuna is in numbers. Most sharks hunt alone, but the Galapagos move in a mob, a veritable street gang of aggression. They investigate anything that may potentially become prey. Like a school of piranhas, competition drives them to frenzy. The Galapagos may be fast, agile, and aggressive, and they may have the numbers, but one-on-one, they hardly stand a chance. In the open ocean, the giant tuna are just too fast, too strong, and too big. This underdog would have to do something spectacular to sink its teeth into one. To win a giant tuna, you need to put more on the table. A heavyweight enters the ring. The tiger shark. Like its namesake, its striped camouflage allows the tiger to silently stalk prey, virtually undetected. Their stripes may fade with age, but killer instincts and voracious appetites stay with them for life. This undisputed heavyweight weighs nearly 4 times more than the giant tuna and reaches over half the length of a school bus. It has an arsenal of weaponry to track, hunt, and devour massive prey. These super-fast yellowfins are no easy target. So the tiger shark will be on the lookout for struggling young, injured, and old fish. A large school offers safety in numbers, both to hunt and to keep a lookout. But you can't hide from the tiger shark. 2 powerful internal ears in its forehead pick up sound from several miles away, while specialized reflective plates in the eyes provide night vision in low light. And even if the tiger can't see, smell, or hear its prey, it can still feel them. Tracing the shark's body is a thin, fluid-filled tube known as the lateral line. Like an ear, it's lined with millions of tiny hairs that react to any movement in the water, the kind of movement created by feeding tunas. This built-in tracking device helps distinguish large from small prey, individual from school, as well as the distance and speed of its target. Once the tiger gets within range, the tuna doesn't stand a chance. This juggernaut has the power to crush a car. It can eat anything, from dolphins, rays, and seals, to whatever falls into the water, like birds, trash, and even people. The tiger shark is responsible for the most attacks against humans, second only to the great white. This indiscriminate diet is largely thanks to their highly specialized teeth. This turtle, which most likely succumbed to the exhaustion of nesting, may be too tough for most sharks, but for the tiger, it's a welcome meal. Unlike other sharks that have a variety of teeth, the tigers are almost identical, each working like a circular saw. The highly serrated edge cuts and slices through flesh, and the large razor-sharp cusp hacks through bone and shell, while the curved shape helps brace each tooth against the powerful bite. The tiger pulverizes the turtle's bones and shell to unlock marrow, proteins, and fats. It's all tasty nutrition, if you've got the stomach for it. The tiger's oversized gut is lined with a muscular wall, nearly 3 times thicker than other sharks, and filled with enough acid to handle a license plate. The giant yellowfin may be a prize catch, but this scavenger can fill up on any available food source it finds at Ascension. Yet despite all its raw power, the tiger shark isn't fast enough to catch a healthy tuna. This tank can only swim slightly faster than an iceberg. Even at its top speed of 20 miles per hour, it doesn't have the stamina to keep up. To catch these fish, you need real speed, and there is only one shark fast enough. As well as numbers, the tuna also have exceptional speed and endurance. Thanks to their fatigue-resistant muscles, the giant tuna could finish the Boston Marathon in just over 30 minutes. Maxing out at up to 47 miles per hour, as fast as an American quarter horse. Maneuvering at such pace requires military precision. The tuna's bright yellow finlets help reduce turbulence, while its fins retract into modified grooves to minimize drag. And unlike any other creature, the tuna uses its lymphatic system like hydraulics to stiffen its fins, which allows for sharp turns when chasing prey. Life at super speed requires fuel, lots of it. Squid, mackerel, octopus, and even other tuna are all on the menu. To satisfy this insatiable hunger, the yellowfins swim nearly 20 miles a day in search of large schools of prey. But here at Ascension, the food is on tap. They track prey by the smell of the oil on its skin. And once spotted, the attacks are so fast, if you blink, you'll miss it. Like lions, the tuna round up their prey, making it easier to pick off. As quickly as it began, the frenzy is over. It takes a thief to catch a thief. So who better than the fastest shark in the world? The short fin Mako. This shark lives life in the fast lane, literally. Unable to pump water over its gills, the Mako must keep moving to stay alive. In a 30-year lifetime, this shark can swim more than 15 times around the world. It's slightly smaller than the tiger shark, but every inch of this torpedo from tip to tail is evolved for speed. As heavy as a grizzly, faster than a jackrabbit. It roams the vast open ocean at lightning speed in search of its favorite prey, bison-sized tuna. Like its name suggests, the short fin Mako has short, pointed fins, which help reduce drag and allow for sharp, tight turns, like a fighter jet, to counter the tuna's evasive maneuvers. Even its narrow, pointed snout and long, recurved teeth are modified for hooking prey on the go. One of the Mako's key adaptations for its incredible speed is its metallic-looking skin. Very different than any other animal or bony fish, sharks are covered in thousands of tiny, teeth-like scales. Hard as granite, strong as steel, yet flexible like chainmail, the Mako's scales are smaller and lighter than most sharks, modified for speed rather than protection. Each hydrodynamic scale is ridged to channel water, which in turn reduces turbulence and noise. This shark can freewheel at an incredible 35 miles per hour in near complete silence. But to catch giant tuna, the Mako must swim faster than any other shark. The secret to its explosive speed is hidden deep within its body. Sharks, like the tiger, are powered by swimming muscles that run along the sides of their bodies, producing a slow, snake-like movement. While in the Mako and the tuna, these same muscles are positioned closer to the backbone. They act like a pair of pistons, much like an engine for a speedboat propeller. These muscles reduce the Mako's lateral movements and focus all the raw power directly to its tail. Even their hydrofoil tails are modified for maximum speed. Unlike most sharks, the Mako's upper lobe is almost identical in size and shape to the lower lobe. This allows them to catch more water when swimming, optimizing full acceleration. So the short fin Mako has the raw speed to ambush the giant tunas. But the yellowfin has a trump card. It's game on. Two of the ocean's fastest predators are locked in a battle of speed. The Mako plays its final hand. This shark can raise its body temperature 18 degrees above that of the water, increasing its hunting abilities, muscle efficiency, and power. The Mako shifts up into turbo drive, closing the gap. But the tuna has a few tricks up its sleeve, too. In a surprise twist, everything the Mako can do, so can the tuna. Through convergent evolution, the yellowfin is also optimized to hunt at speed. Just like the Mako, the tuna's torpedo-shaped body is also coated with small scales to reduce drag. And its short, pointed fins also allow for sharp, evasive maneuvers. The tuna also has modified swimming muscles to minimize body movement and provide maximum power to a similar near-symmetrical tail. And like the Mako, the tuna can warm its blood to turbocharge its muscles. Mako meets its match. On paper, the Mako has the speed, but the overwhelming numbers of tuna create distraction in the chase. Unable to lock onto a target, the Mako steps off the gas. Like Houdini, the tunas escape once again. And the Mako folds. This elusive superfish gives the sharks of Ascension a run for their money. But there is one threat the tuna cannot escape from. A predator that doesn't play by the rules. Man. Although yellowfin are near threatened, they remain a highly prized catch, both commercially and for sport. Anglers, spearfishermen, and trophy hunters from all around the world believe that giant yellowfin are, pound for pound, the fastest and strongest of all big game tunas. But it takes ingenuity, patience, and sheer luck to land one. Such a formidable predator has gained the respect and honor of battle. And each year, more and more fishermen arrive at Ascension, stealing the tuna from right under the sharks' noses. It can take eons for animals to learn new behaviors. But more intelligent creatures can adapt much faster, sometimes within just a few generations. One such species is the Galapagos shark. Experts believe these resourceful predators have learned to make a crucial connection between the giant tuna and the fishing boats. The Galapagos may not be as fast as the Mako or as strong as the tiger, but this dangerously smart predator has a hunting hack, and they plan to use man to help them out. Man is a creature of habit, and fishermen always do the same thing every day. They head out at the same time. They use the same bait and select the same lures. They trawl the same successful spots, targeting the exact fish that the sharks yearn for. Day after day, the inquisitive Galapagos sharks take advantage of this monotony and start to learn the patterns. Like a hive mind, they begin to associate triggers, sight, sounds, and smells of struggling fish. The hum of a boat motor, the scent of bait in the water, or even the snap of a spear gun's elastic means it's time to feed. The sharks work out that 20 minutes after a boat arrives, a fish is usually on the line. Forget Pavlov's dogs. Meet Pavlov's sharks. Some fishermen will do anything to cash in on a yellowfin, and the bigger the risk, the bigger the reward. But entering these waters could cost you your life. Miles out to sea, This spear fisherman is alone. Or so he thinks. He baits the water to draw the yellowfin up from the deep. But this free food doesn't only attract the tuna. Several miles away, a pack of hungry Galapagos smell it too. With chum in the water, the diver knows he only has a short window of opportunity before the sharks find him. Every minute he stays here, the more he puts his life at risk. Who will arrive first? Tuna? Or sharks? Dark shapes appear below. It's the yellowfin, and they're big. They won't hang around for long. Should he risk it? One good-sized tuna could pay the bills for a year. The tuna may be big, but they're so fast he can't get a clean shot. The longer the diver stays in the water, the more chance the hunter may become the hunted. He lines up. A direct hit. The tuna dives. Now he's fighting a 200-pound lump of muscle. His second spear just seems to enrage the powerful fish further. The more the yellowfin struggles, the clearer the signal is to the sharks. Food is served. The spear fisherman must hurry, but this tuna shows no signs of tiring. Too late. The first wave of Galapagos arrives. They want the tuna and will happily go through man to get it. The more it struggles, the more excited the sharks become. The spear fisherman escapes with his tuna and his life. The hungry sharks are left with nothing but the scraps of his bait bag. Perhaps it was this distraction of free food, or that only a handful of sharks arrived, that enabled the diver's lucky escape. The fishermen have yet to hook a giant tuna. It's too dangerous to get back in the water. The only safe way to catch one is from the boat. Could this be the opportunity the sharks have been waiting for? For the Galapagos, it's double or nothing. It's the end of July, and the giant tuna are here. These yellowfins are super fast, immensely strong, and can grow to well over 800 pounds, making them even harder to catch. They are what everyone wants. For man, a giant yellowfin is worth thousands of dollars and one of the ultimate fishing trophies. For the sharks that traveled all the way to Ascension, the giant tuna is their meal ticket home. Ascension is now the perfect storm of predators. But who will win? The enormous tiger shark is just too slow to step up to the plate. The Mako may have supreme speed and agility, but so does the giant tuna. It's the Galapagos mob that has the best chance of a successful hunt. A shark is dangerous enough, but an intelligent shark is deadly. The Galapagos is smart on its own, and here at Ascension, there are thousands of them. This is their domain, and it's time to take it back. Most flee and hide from the approaching fishermen. But for the clever Galapagos, it's a dinner bell. Lures are rigged, the lines are set. It's a waiting game for all. Shapes appear in the deep. A giant tuna takes the bait. Dinner bell is ringing. It's like the Wahoo massacre, but this meal is as big as some of the sharks. The giant yellowfin begins to tire. The first Galapagos moves in. For the fishermen, it's a race to get the prize catch onto the safety of the boat. But the tuna is too strong. Galapagos start to swarm. One dominant shark gets the first taste. Thick, warm blood will attract the masses. Covering the shark's snout are thousands of what appear to be blackheads. But they're really like built-in voltmeters, picking up the minute electrical signature and even the heartbeat of prey. This sixth sense is the most acute sensory system in the animal kingdom. The salt from the tuna's blood increases the intensity of the electrical field surrounding the fish, which is why a shark will continue to target and attack only the injured victim. Excitement soon turns to frenzy. Tuna is survival to the Galapagos shark. In less than a minute, a 350-pound fish vanishes. The fishermen leave with nothing but a broken line. The Galapagos sharks rule the rock.
In the ocean, sharks reign supreme. Crushing teeth. Lightning fast speed. And killer instincts. But being at the top of the food chain doesn't come without trouble. As seals, surfers,
Oh! Shark!
scientists,
Big shark! Big breach! That was massive!
even whales go head-to-head with the ocean's ultimate predator.
This has never been seen before.
It's spring 2017. Surfer Dusty Phillips and his partner Leanne Erickson have been together for 3.5 years. As a weekend break, they chose San Onofre Beach, a magnet for swimmers, surfers, and sharks. Some 60 varieties swim off the coast of California, mostly harmless to humans. But lurking in the depths, the tiger shark and great white.
It was so beautiful that weekend. Water's so blue and sparkly. All the guys had their boards. I was the only one swimming.
Leanne and I were about 100 yards out, floating around in the water, having our fun.
We had noticed a sea lion had surfaced to my left and looked right at us. And I looked at Dusty and I said, that sea lion looks a little panicked to me. And then right away he dipped back down under and was gone.
I pulled the board out from under to turn to paddle for a wave.
I started to turn away back to shore to swim in.
As soon as I turned to start to paddle,
a shark had grabbed me by my right upper thigh. I felt this razor blades go into my leg. I screamed as loud as I could.
And the scream disappeared under the water. A scream that piercing, sends chills up your spine.
I remember thinking about Dusty not knowing where I was or what was happening to me.
I looked around, waited. She never surfaced, wasn't nowhere to be found. She was gone.
I remember trying to push the shark off of my leg. I went maybe 25, 30 feet. It was deep enough that I could notice the light change. And it was getting darker and darker the further I was going down.
I jump off my board and look for her under the water. And she wasn't under the water.
It was very quiet and calm and peaceful under the water. The only thing I could find was its eye. And so my whole hand just went into his eye. And I stuck it in as deep as I could. And it was super soft. It felt like I just stuck my hand in a cup of Jell-O. And then the shark jerked its face away from me. And I was swimming to the surface.
I pick her up out of the water to set her on my surfboard, and the top half of her leg's gone. That's when got real.
I was just in a red blood pool, and my little bits of my fat was floating around in the water.
I yell multiple times, "Shark, help!"
Everybody was still playing football on the beach. The kids were still running around. Nobody knew what was happening.
We get into about waist to knee-high deep water, and we're getting some people coming out and helping us.
Paramedic, what is the emergency? Somebody was bit by a shark.
Leanne is airlifted to a nearby hospital, clinging to life.
The medic tells me they induced her into a coma. We gotta go now. I'm sitting in the helicopter staring down at my family and friends scurrying around the campground. None of them know where we're going, what condition she's in, what condition I'm in. That was tough for me.
Leanne's attacker is likely a juvenile, 9 to 11-foot great white shark. Fully grown adults can reach up to 20 feet. Their jaws are designed to destroy and are filled with roughly 300 blade-like serrated teeth, some of which are larger than the size of your palm. Great whites are devastating hunters, reaching an attack speed of 25 miles per hour, snapping their jaws with a strength of up to 2 tons.
If you had to imagine the perfect predator, performance, size, speed, teeth, intelligence, then it'd be the great white shark. If they want to hunt seals, and they'll adopt one strategy, and they burst up. Even juvenile, smaller, 2.5, 3 meter, 10-foot white sharks, if given the opportunity, will have a go at bigger prey.
As surfers often wear black wetsuits, they could be mistaken for a seal. The outcome could be deadly.
The great white, they have that dentition, which is that their teeth act like saws to pull big chunks out of prey. It's very easy for them to hit arteries, to open up arteries, and the reason that people die is because of blood loss.
Since 1950, sharks have attacked roughly 200 people along the California coast. In Leanne's case, there may be a logical explanation.
In California, the sea lions are protected and the population is growing. the great whites are also protected, the likelihood of those two species coming into contact is growing every year. If you choose to go and swim around these sea lions, we know great whites are, I would say it's not a really smart move. The great white is patrolling. What he's looking for is a silhouette of a sea lion. If you're looking for an explanation why that great white shark attacked Leanne, the fact that she was swimming in an area abundant with sea lions, then the explanation is probably mistaken identity.
But how often are great whites making mistakes when they hunt? In the waters off the coast of South Africa, prey is plentiful. And so are great whites. In fact, some of the highest concentrations of great whites hunt these waters. The big draw: the nearly 2 million seals that call the southern tip of Africa home. Great whites aren't the only giants here. It's the beginning of winter in the southern hemisphere. Great pods of humpbacked whales like this are heading north. For 4 months, they fed on nutritious krill off Antarctica, building up blubber reserves for this journey. Over 30,000 humpbacks make this annual migration. Their destination, Mozambique, to give birth to their calves in warm tropical waters. The ocean off southern Africa is too cold for baby whales. It's dangerous too. Great white sharks dominate these southern waters. The humpback migration routes take them right through white shark territory. So what happens when humpback whales and white sharks run into each other?
Wow. Away from the boat, away from the boat, away from the boat. There we go.
Marine biologist Ryan Johnson has been studying the white shark population in South Africa for over 20 years.
Whoa, there we go. Oh, she went for it.
In February 2017, he was flying his drone during a shark survey when the phone rang.
The phone call came in from the National Sea Rescue Institute that they had been alerted that there was a whale out at sea. It looked like it had been wrapped up in long line.
The whale wasn't moving. Was it dead?
And then the whale breathed and it blew, and I realized this whale's still alive.
Then, Ryan saw something else. A 14-foot great white shark headed straight for the young whale. Off the coast of South Africa, a massive great white shark does the unexpected. It attacks a young, entangled humpback whale.
I know the science and I know the literature, and I knew this has never been seen before.
It bit the tail. Then it rolled the weakened whale as if it was trying to drown it. This was not some random meeting. It was a methodical attack on a whale by a great white shark. A shark that seemed to know just what to do. Ryan is the first person ever to witness this shark behavior. He played the drone footage over and over and suddenly recognized the shark. He tagged her for research back in 2012. Her name is Helen.
Dorsal fin came up out of the water, and you could clearly see the satellite tag remnants on her, plus that distinctive dorsal fin. Now that she is that shark that hunted a humpback whale, a living humpback whale, she has sort of marked her place in the Sharks Hall of Fame forever, and she's always going to be remembered from that.
It's the kind of infamy that's kept great whites feared for generations. But eating anything in its path is behavior more typically associated with another shark species. The tiger shark. As fierce as its name implies, tiger sharks can be found near coastlines in tropical and subtropical waters all over the world. Like its namesake, its striped camouflage allows the tiger to silently stalk prey, virtually undetected. Their stripes may fade with age, but killer instincts and voracious appetites stay with them for life. This undisputed heavyweight weighs up to 1,400 pounds and reaches over half the length of a school bus. It has an arsenal of weaponry to track, hunt, and devour massive prey. 2 powerful internal ears in its forehead pick up sound from several miles away, while specialized reflective plates in the eyes provide night vision in low light. And even if the tiger can't see, smell, or hear its prey, it can still feel them. Tracing the shark's body is a thin fluid-filled tube known as the lateral line. Like an ear, it's lined with millions of tiny hairs that react to any movement in the water. This juggernaut has the power to crush a car. It can eat anything, from dolphins, rays, and seals, to whatever falls into the water, like birds, trash, and even people. The tiger shark is responsible for the most attacks against humans, second only to the great white. Both tiger sharks and great whites patrol the waters off the coasts of the Hawaiian Islands, where there have been over 50 shark attacks since 2015.
Oh my God.
Oh, he's gonna swim right into it.
Brazilian-born Marjorie Mariano has been surfing Oahu Island for over 20 years.
I consider myself a surfaholic. I live and breathe for surfing.
In December 2017, Marjorie's world shattered.
A community is in mourning tonight after a well-known mom was brutally murdered inside a North Shore home.
I had the bad news that my best friend Thelma got murdered. She was my surf partner, my friend, the most important person in my life here in Hawaii.
Heartbroken, Marjorie honors her friend with a sunset surf on the very last day of 2017.
My plan is going paddle out to surf to cleanse and to forget the whole sadness at the incident with my best friend. So I went surf to get myself a little bit stronger. I decided I'm gonna go just for 30 minutes just to do a closure this year, and I'm gonna go for I turned, tried to catch a wave. Suddenly, my life changed 180 degrees. Something hit me. I never in my mind thought it was a shark. I never see fins, I never see shadow. I felt something really hard on my leg. It was just like, boom. I was in a shark jaws.
We heard Marjorie scream. We turned immediately and saw the shark latched onto Marjorie, trying to turn her left and right.
Somehow my body reacted to pull it away. But when I turned, I faced the shark. It was eye to eye. I felt that I was looking to his soul. I was horrified, feeling I'm on my own.
As suddenly as the shark appeared, it's gone. Surfers Gray Spainhour and James Tong are 50 yards away.
When we got to Marjorie, I could see that her leg had been bitten just below her left buttocks. She was hysterical, she was screaming, she was frightened. We knew that we had to get her to shore fast.
My mind was just thinking, the shark's coming back. We have to get out of the water. I'm bleeding.
James said, give me the leash. And so I got into the water, took off the leash, gave it to James, where he began to tie the tourniquet.
Next thing I know, I felt a really, really hardcore pain, harder than the shark biting my leg.
Nearby, a paddleboarder hears the commotion. He has the one thing that could help save Marjorie's life. Grabbing the paddleboard, Marjorie quickly gets to shore. Within minutes, an ambulance races her to Honolulu Hospital. Surgeons get the bleeding under control, just a few hours before the new year rings in.
I can hear a little bit of the fireworks going on outside the hospital. It's good to look at the clock and see that, you know, I passed that death to life again, you know, I survive. Woohoo! I made it to 2018.
Marjorie was likely bitten by a tiger shark, one of the main culprits of shark attacks on surfers in Hawaii.
Tiger sharks tend to be solitary hunters. They're feeding on large prey items, and they have the jaws and the hardware that enable them to take those big prey items. So here you have a set of jaws from about a 12-foot tiger shark, and you can see, you know, the numbers of teeth that are here and the size of the teeth. You know, they're big, they're heavily serrated. Even the serrations have serrations on them. As that jaw is moving, it's slicing across, and these become little blades like on a chainsaw. And not only do they have lots of teeth, they have lots of replacement teeth behind, so they always have a full set of teeth rolling in. When they encounter soft, squishy humans, easily able to get severely damaged by such strong, powerful jaws.
On Marjorie's sunset surf, time and location worked against her. Tiger sharks are nocturnal hunters, and she was surfing in an area inhabited by sea turtles.
So a shark swimming along, and toward dusk or at night, it sees something vaguely on the surface, it's going to come up and investigate. You're sitting on this board with your arms off to the side, which look like little flippers, on a shark coming up from below, might mistake this person on a board for a turtle that's flapping around and give you an investigatory bite.
While many shark attacks on surfers seem to happen through mistaken identity, other attacks could be deliberate. Like Helen, the great white shark's attack on the humpback whale, which seemed anything but random. Marine biologist Ryan Johnson is on a mission to find out if Helen's attack was a one-time only event, or if white sharks really hunt living whales and we just never see it. Resident colonies of Cape fur seals dot the coastline of South Africa. The great whites have plenty to eat, and they know exactly how to hunt seals. Spectacular breaches on seal decoys showed just how these sharks have been hunting for millions of years. So, why would they hunt something much bigger and much more dangerous? Marine biologist Ryan Johnson begins his research at Seal Island just off Mossel Bay, South Africa. It's a well-known hotspot where great whites hunt seals. And it's just 3.5 miles from the site of the humpback whale attack. Seals and humpback whales are as different as they could possibly be. What connects them in a shark's brain? It's well known that their diet is mostly marine mammals. But just how selective is the great white? Ryan runs an experiment with 2 different sized seal decoys. Which one will the sharks attack?
For me, this experiment is all about that cognition in a shark, that decision-making process, when it weighs up the pros and cons of attacking a prey. Does it go for that extreme level of success, that big reward but high risk, or is it going to be more conservative? Because this feeds right into the decision-making Helen had to go through when she was faced with a whale 9-10 times the size. She had to be assessing the risk, the chance of her getting injured, the chance that she would be unsuccessful, the chance that her life as a predator could end.
Do the sharks display a simple species preference? Or is there something more to their selection?
Nice one. Little shark, but hit the little decoy, hit the little juvenile pup. Nice, that's what we're looking for. First breach, number 1, the baby seal. Okay, decoy back in. Whoa! Big shark, big breach. That was massive. Can you believe it? And on the juvenile seal. We thought so! Again, small decoy. Look, we swapped the small seal over to this side, got the hit on it. This is getting conclusive now.
Every breach is on the smaller decoy. The small seals are a low risk and an almost guaranteed reward. The sharks make a clear choice. They're very discerning, which suggests that Helen's attack on the humpback whale was discerning too. Scientists like Ryan Johnson have devoted their lives to studying what makes a shark the perfect predator. But not all behaviors can be so clearly seen from the water's surface. And getting close enough to study these unforgiving hunters hasn't always been possible. For more than 40 years, marine biologist Jeremiah Sullivan has led a groundbreaking mission to eliminate the steel bars between man and shark.
I felt it was important to study these animals in their own environment, not from within the confines of a cage, which can alter the very behavior that you're trying to study. So in the end, yes, I did have to do things that had never been done before.
Jeremiah's cage-free obsession was cemented in reality years ago when he did the unthinkable. He slipped out of the safety of his shark cage and hitched a ride on the tail of a massive 17-foot great white.
I felt compelled to make contact, to prove that divers could interact safely with even these great predators.
Jeremiah's dream of removing the walls between man and predator propelled him to become a pioneer in shark protection technology.
I started the Shark Suit Project in 1978, and a lot of that was based around my studies of medieval chainmail.
Jeremiah continued improving and strengthening his chainmail suit until it became the standard for shark protection. But it still couldn't save divers from larger, more powerful shark species.
There really is so much more that we have to learn from these large predators. You just have to be able to get close enough to them to conduct those kinds of studies.
Now, after 40 years of development, only one step remains before Jeremiah can build his newest state-of-the-art shark-proof suit. He must test his innovative body armor by diving in among these fierce and powerful predators to get bitten intentionally.
I can't possibly expect someone else to trust a safety product designed to protect them in lethal circumstances if I don't have the backbone to do that myself.
Shark suit inventor Jeremiah Sullivan is preparing for the ultimate showdown. He's at a shark-infested dive site 50 miles off the coast of Florida in the Bahamas. And he's going to do something never attempted, intentionally provoking a massive tiger shark to attack him.
I'm gonna climb into my gear here, boys.
Jeremiah covers his wetsuit with his next-generation chainmail in case the tiger shark's teeth break through the new armor.
Shark suits are not for the days that things go well, they're for the days that things go wrong.
All right, it's clean all the way around.
Okay, we're in position. Let's get the bait.
Jeremiah plans to bait the gathering sharks into biting his test equipment, a risky practice ideally used only for research purposes.
All right, coming down to you guys to get the armor.
Conditions in the water are favorable. Visibility is good, and there's a steady current.
Looks like we got a lively bunch down here. I'm ready to get geared up.
Jeremiah slips the prototyped armored sleeve over his chainmail.
Are you ready, Jeremiah? Yep, let me get in position.
And braces for impact.
Watch it, we got a hammerhead coming in.
The great hammerhead is a strong-swimming, solitary hunter, reaching lengths of up to 20 feet long and weighing up to 1,000 pounds. The great hammerhead is the largest of all hammerhead sharks. It's thought that their flat, unusually shaped head, called a cephalofoil, is lined with electroreceptors to help detect their favorite food, stingrays. But they are also known to be cannibals, hunting smaller sharks. Their wide, hammer-like heads also act as rudders, making these huge beasts incredibly nimble.
Amazing how such a large animal can turn on a dime.
And that tight turning radius can make these sharks especially risky, because a quick U-turn can put an unsuspecting diver on the biting end of one of these giants in an instant.
It's got a hold of it. Perfect, not even a scratch.
Jeremiah's arm remains intact after its unexpected hammerhead encounter. But the real test will be against the turtle-crushing jaws of a tiger shark. And here comes one now.
Yeah, everybody get ready in case this doesn't go well. Oh, Jeremiah! You okay? Wow! Oh, that was awesome! The power behind that big girl was extraordinary. But the armor worked exactly as expected.
Jeremiah's armor has successfully protected him from a devastating bite.
You did it!
But he can't celebrate just yet.
Look out, there's another one coming in. She's a big one. I got this, let's go. Oh!
Without warning, a massive 14-foot tiger takes hold and refuses to let go.
Wow, look at the force on that. Look at this. Just some minor dings and scratches. Teeth marks here and here. Yeah, but this material's holding up. Hey, Iron Man, you up for one more? You bet.
Jeremiah braces for another bite to ensure his armor can withstand multiple attacks.
Here we go.
It's man versus shark. As Jeremiah Sullivan tests his new body armor against the unforgiving jaws of a hammerhead and tiger shark.
Well, I think we can call your mission a success. Not even a scratch. Outstanding. Let's set up.
Jeremiah is eager to inspect his prototype and assess the damage inflicted by the relentless punishment.
Well, that definitely seemed to work.
Yeah, they were hitting it quite hard. You can see the marks here. You can see the scratches.
I mean, this is like nothing.
Yeah.
There's barely a scratch there. When they bit onto the subject, what was it like?
I can feel the tension that the teeth place when they get a hold of something.
They gave you a couple of shakes back and forth, and you didn't see any damage to this.
Yeah. You know, often people talk about things like this as science fiction, but after these series of experiments, now this is science fact.
Jeremiah Sullivan has successfully taken the groundbreaking first step toward creating a flexible, full-body suit of shark armor.
So this is it? This is where you're gonna do?
Well, this is the direction that we're headed. Sort of along these lines. Similar to some of the lightweight modern armor used by the military today, my new suit will be a full-body articulated exoskeleton. It'll be made of armor plating that is lightweight, articulated, bite-proof, and far more durable than anything else that I've built before.
Jeremiah Sullivan's lifelong dream of eliminating the barriers between man and shark can become a reality.
The applications for this type of armor are virtually endless. Researchers can now enter conditions that would typically be considered very unsafe. Murky water, predation grounds, you name it. Because of that, I'm sure there'll be many new breakthroughs in shark science. We'll have the tools that we need to explore the unknown and come out alive.
Off the coast of South Africa, at Robert Nature Reserve, marine biologist Ryan Johnson is getting closer to understanding another shark first. For the first time in shark science, Ryan witnesses a single white shark killing a humpback whale. The whale is tangled up in fishing line, weak and alone. White sharks are experts at assessing vulnerability. The young humpback has been left behind by the pod. There's no escape.
Was Helen cognizant of this? Most likely. And it begs the question, would this attack even have been contemplated if this whale was at full strength? And I think probably not.
Helen uses the same strategy white sharks use when hunting seals. She's watchful and patient, assessing the whale's strength and ability to resist. The whale's life slowly bleeds away. Helen patiently waits. It's typical great white hunting behavior, but adapted for a whale. Helen waits until the whale is most vulnerable. Her shark sense tells her when that moment has come.
So then she changed her entire strategy and started focusing on the head. Basically like this shark had done. She grips onto this and she essentially puts all her weight, taking the head of the whale down.
She uses the weight of her body to shove the whale's head underwater. Her goal is to drown it. The great white is methodical. She knows just what to do.
And it is a chance that Helen, the shark that attacked this whale, has in fact learned this behavior and it is unique to her. But on the other hand, it could be that it's just a very common behavior that for some reason scientists around the world have not been able to observe before.
When Ryan compiles this video evidence, together with the footage of Helen's methodical, expert attack, he arrives at just one conclusion. White sharks are going after whales more often than we think. After 50 minutes of patient, persistent effort, the whale draws its last breath, and Helen succeeds in drowning it.
Filming it and actually documenting, you get conclusive evidence that great white sharks can in fact predate and hunt on whales, and that's brand new to science. It's never been seen before, never been documented before, and it opens up an entirely new avenue of research.
Helen the white shark found vulnerability and opportunity. She calculated the risks, successfully took down not a seal, but a whale, and ate her reward. All around the world, Sharks have proven they can take on most anything they set their mind. And jaws, too. But as fierce as they are, sharks aren't always the aggressor. Every year, humans are responsible for the deaths of over 100 million sharks, while sharks, on the other hand, are only responsible for an average of 5 human fatalities annually.
We've seen more attacks over the years. Not because the sharks are getting more aggressive, because the human population is going up.
And in a world that sometimes feels like it's against sharks, it's important to remember just how critical sharks are to the world.
Sharks, as those top predators, maintain the balance. And if sharks go, the simple conclusion is that the ocean is going to die. Now, the entire human and Earth ecosystem is going to start breaking down.
All hail the king.
The waters off the Bahamas are a battleground. In the war between sharks and dolphins. Using photographic evidence.
One species that might cause that kind of bite would be a bull shark.
Specialized bite pads.
And went through this simulated dolphin blubber like butter.
And for the first time ever, a decoy dolphin as their secret weapon. These biologists will attempt to uncover which sharks are the culprits.
That dolphin is in big trouble. They're coming right for it! Yes!
Shedding new light on these two apex predators. Locked in deadly underwater combat.
Wait, they're fighting! They're fighting!
Oh! The dolphin in his mouth.
It's coming straight under us!
Look at the size of the thing!
A bloody battle, as old as time, is being waged beneath the waves. Shark versus dolphin. One of the front lines for this oceanic clash is located 55 miles off of Florida. Bimini is part of 700 islands that make up the Bahamas. Nearly 1/3 of dolphins here show signs of shark attack. A team of shark and dolphin researchers is here to discover what sharks are targeting these dolphins. The Atlantic spotted dolphin and the sleek gray bottlenose.
We've got dolphins on the bow. Wow, look at them ride.
Dr. Mike Heithouse is a shark specialist and a dean at Florida International University. He's joined by Dr. Valeria Paz, a dolphin expert, and local Bahama dolphin researcher, Kel Malillo-Sweeting. First part of the mission, photograph the scars to match them to the predators.
Hey, Mike, did you see that notch on that dorsal fin?
Yeah, you know, that couple notches there. You know, that's the kind of injury that could be caused by a shark.
Two mother calf pairs. One of them had a distinct shark bite scar. She actually got that injury as an older calf, younger juvenile. So what we're seeing now is a few years old, really well-healed scar. She came really close, so I was able to get some really good footage.
While foraging, some dolphins occasionally break away from the pod to crater feed. Turning upright, using their nose or rostrum to dig and find prey. This is when the dolphins are most vulnerable.
They have to remain vigilant because a shark could be around at any moment. We're also seeing signs of previous shark attacks. One bottlenose dolphin had both pectoral fins injured.
Here in the Bahamas, you can find more than a dozen species of sharks, but it's most likely the ones attacking dolphins are the bigger bull sharks, tiger sharks, and maybe great hammerheads. These are the top predators here. What a great snorkel. A couple mom-calf pairs, and then there was one that had a bite that looked like on the peduncle there.
Yep, maybe a shark sneaking up from behind.
Hopefully the pictures will help.
Yes.
With so many large sharks in this area, the dolphins have a lot of possible predators.
This bite is definitely on the side of the flank, so maybe it was trying to escape or evade when it turns and then it got bit.
Yeah, you see it's a pretty broad bite. One other species that might be able to do that is something like a tiger shark. They just had that big wide head compared to other sharks. And then their teeth are really different. You've got similar sized teeth in the top and bottom jaws. Instead of being for puncturing, are really meant for cutting, and you've got really fairly long distances between the teeth. So that should give us some clues.
This is a bottlenose dolphin. Took this photograph right around Bimini, and you can see it has a pretty fresh injury to its back here.
That's fairly sizable.
Yeah, and it's super clean too, so not a lot of diagnostics there. And you know, one animal though that could do that around here is the bull shark. So this is a replica jaw. You can see that's a big mouth, but with a clean bite, a really big great hammerhead might be able to leave a mark like that. And we just need to get impressions of shark bites so we can get a sense of how they're holding and gripping and releasing the prey and what that would look like on a dolphin.
There are 10 types of hammerheads. But here in Bimini, the team sets out in search of the great hammerhead to see how it might be biting these undersea mammals. Up to 20 feet long, as large as a fully grown great white, these giants congregate in the shallows off Bimini.
These great hammerheads are huge sharks. They have speed, maneuverability, and the teeth in the upper and lower jaw are different. You get kind of cutting teeth on top and gripping teeth on the bottom. So it's possible that great hammerheads are taking out dolphin calves. And if they get one of those in their mouth, it's going to be really hard for that dolphin to get away.
Mike and Valeria want to see what great hammerhead bites look like on prey, to compare with the scars they've photographed on the dolphins. Local shark diver Neil Watson has been working with hammerheads here for more than a decade. He's going to help the team get a bite impression.
Today we're going to try and feed a whole bonito to one of the hammerheads, and the key difference is we're going to try and actually get it back. It's something unique that we don't do usually, but I think we'll be able to give it a shot.
When we're gearing up to dive with sharks, I'm really always running through worst possible cases in my head, because you've got to be prepared. I'm always thinking about, okay, if a shark's aggressive, what are we going to do? Where am I going to be relative to Valeria? What am I going to do if a shark comes around from behind? You have to be really, really vigilant whenever you're dealing with large, potentially dangerous animals.
Great hammerheads don't attack humans, but we're going to see how they feel about visitors.
The smell of fish may entice the hammerhead, but also bring in other species of sharks.
Big tiger shark, and I think I see some bull sharks coming in.
Tiger sharks and bull sharks are ambush predators, known to sneak up on their prey. So the team stays on high alert, waiting for the great hammerheads.
Go search
sharks are definitely coming to check us out. And although their jaws may seem small, once they bite onto something, they really hold on.
We have to keep this fish away from them, or we might not get it back.
Finally, the great hammerhead approaches, and her size lives up to the name.
Wow, that is a beautiful shark. Probably about 12 feet or more.
Yeah, that's a large female. Definitely big enough to eat a dolphin. This hammerhead seems interested.
Hey, Mike, tiger shark behind you.
Here she comes. Oh man, she's trying to swallow it whole. Well, there goes one bonita.
We got another hammerhead.
We gotta get the great hammerhead, don't let go of that fish. Looks like the hammerhead's coming back for another go. Okay, let it go, let it go.
Yes, you got it.
Let's get this up to the boat.
What an incredible dive.
That was unbelievable. Those hammerheads. The size of that one, it must have been 12 to 14 feet maybe.
Definitely capable of taking out a spotted dolphin, maybe a bottlenose dolphin juvenile.
I'm excited to see that fish.
Well, after all that, we got one bonita head back.
Definitely scraped all the skin out.
Yeah, it's not a clean cut by any means, and bonita is not a dolphin, but I guess if that was a hammerhead biting a dolphin, we wouldn't expect something clean. It would probably be more scrapes through the tissue.
The tearing bite of the hammerhead matches the ragged scars seen on the dolphins.
That's definitely what you saw when the hammerhead was approaching the fish and it grabbed it and it kind of teared. It was not a clean cut.
No. So we didn't get tooth impressions like you might hope for, but it's some first clues. For the sharks and dolphins here off Bimini, they're pretty well-matched adversaries. The sharks, body size, strength, cutting teeth. And the dolphins live in groups. They're smart and they're super fast and maneuverable.
To observe just how intelligent dolphins are, Mike and Valeria head to the Clearwater Marine Aquarium in Florida. All of the dolphins here are injured or unable to survive in the wild and cannot be released. Animal care specialist Katie Wadilla provides daily enrichment.
Right now I'm doing what we call FaceTime, and all it is a little bit of playtime. It's offering them any interaction if they would like it. We have right here in front of you is Hope. She's currently 11 years old. She really seems to enjoy water play.
Animal care specialist Brooke Bowersox has seen the damage sharks can do firsthand.
This is TJ. You can see that she has a nice scar back there on her peduncle.
Yeah, and that looks just like a fresh bite that we see on dolphins, like the ones in Bimini. And you can see that's not the only scar. There's also places where it looks like the jaws come over.
Since the scar heals so well, it's really difficult to tell what species could have made that.
Yeah, a bull, tiger, even great hammerhead, you just can't tell from that healed wound.
To avoid attacks, dolphins have an arsenal of defenses, including intelligence. With brain mass larger than any sharks, dolphins are second only to humans in brain to body weight ratio, making it easy for them to outsmart sharks. But they also have a secret weapon to evade predators: echolocation.
Echolocation is really kind of dolphin's superpower.
Dolphins emit sounds, and they have a part of their head that is called the melon. This area receives the sound waves and it translates to what's going on in their surroundings. It allows them to navigate without using sight.
Echolocation helps dolphins find prey or detect predators.
We're going to do an experiment to figure out how he can use echolocation or how effective it is, but first we got to let him use all his senses. What are we going to do?
Yeah, so this is a cognitive concept called match to sample. And what we're going to do is we're going to show Nicholas this buoy, and then we're going to ask him to go across to the other side of the pool where there's 3 different sample items and ask him to select which one matches what he's seeing here. And you can see that he got it right.
He did pretty well at that last one, but now it's time to turn out the lights and just do echolocation. How does this trial work?
So what we're going to do now is we're going to place eye cups over Nicholas's eyes. And Bree is going to send him over to our right where Katie is, where he is going to echolocate on that red boat. Once he echolocates on it, he's going to travel over to where our samples are, and they have those samples underwater. So using his echolocation, he can make the correct selection.
And you see, just no hesitation, no worry about having his eyes, just echolocation straight there.
Correct.
Yeah.
And he did a good job.
See, it's incredible. So, but this really just shows how impressive that echolocation is. Also shows how smart they are, and that smarts and echolocation helps them survive out in the wild, including avoiding sharks.
Absolutely.
Back in the Bahamas, Mike and Valeria believe hammerheads could be responsible for some of the ragged bite scars they've photographed on dolphins. But they want to investigate another shark that may be a predator. And this one is second only to the great white in the number of attacks on humans. Tiger sharks. Growing up to 18 feet, weighing nearly a ton, they'll eat just about anything, from tires to turtles,
No way.
to dolphins. New South Wales, Australia, off the coast of Newcastle, a tiger shark goes in for the kill. A lone dolphin is no match for the 11-foot tiger shark. It disables its tail, and the dolphin is dead in the water.
Tiger sharks are incredible predators. They also have teeth that are curved and have serrations, so they cut in both directions. So once they grab onto something, they can shake their head back and forth and cut straight through it.
And there's no better place to find tigers than Tiger Beach in the Bahamas. The team will try to get bite impressions from the tiger sharks and study the tiger's feeding style to compare that with their photos of dolphins with shark attack scars. Underwater cinematographer Duncan Brake has been diving these waters for more than a decade. Neil Watson will be using whole bonito again to get a bite impression. Immediately, the team is met with an eager group of tiger sharks.
We want to get a tiger shark to bite the bonita to examine how it uses those serrated teeth. We've got one heading in.
There's a lot of lemon sharks coming in too.
Lemon sharks don't have much sense of personal space, and they can be aggressive eaters, so let's keep the bait away from them.
The lingering smell of the bonito fish starts to catch the shark's attention. 2 tigers approach.
We usually think of tiger sharks as solitary animals, but this fish has caught the interest of more than a couple.
This one's definitely interested.
Come on. Hold on. Yes.
Neil manages to hold on to part of the fish.
Let's get up to the surface.
That was incredible. Such large animals.
No shortage of sharks, and I think we're gonna need bigger bonita next time.
Yeah, these are big 3-foot bonitas, but they're kind of a one-bite meal for these tiger sharks. I was able to wrestle this piece away. I think it was kind of indicative of how they were feeding. They would grab the bait, and if they only got a little bit of it, they would let go momentarily to try and get a little bit closer, and I was able to pull it out.
And that's kind of what you see on the dolphin sometimes. It's not just always a clean bite in, but it looks like there's bite and slash, release, bite again. And that's kind of what you see here on that bonita. Right?
Yeah, that's definitely similar to the scars that Kelly showed us.
The tiger shark's slashing bite matches what the scientists saw on the dolphins.
For a shark, a dolphin is no easy meal, but it is a really rich meal. Lots of meat, lots of blubber. But the dolphins have evolved to fight back.
Once dolphins have seen a shark, it's kind of the game's up for the shark. It's not going to be successful. And the dolphins will actually kind of chase and herd sharks away. And there's one video where a juvenile great white shark approaches a group of dolphins, and one dolphin peels off and just chases that shark away. And the shark's just kind of like, forget it, it's not worth it, and it heads out. These dolphins are not just swimming snacks for sharks. Yeah, they can detect sharks and kind of hold their own.
Dolphins have one more advantage: the ability to communicate with one another.
Dolphins are definitely chatty, and they use sound to communicate, and it's really important to their everyday life.
We're observing some Atlantic spotted dolphins, and we're going to use this hydrophone, an underwater microphone, to hear the sounds through the headphones and hear their whistles, squeaks, squawks, chirps. Vocalizations are super important to dolphins to help keep track of the group, find food, possibly even alert each other to predators like sharks.
Even with echolocation and the ability to communicate, dolphins in the Bahamas are still under siege. The team concludes that the ragged scars they've seen on the dolphins could be from tiger sharks and hammerheads. But many of the scars they photographed were cleaner and more defined. Could there be a third species of shark attacking dolphins? Bull sharks have the greatest bite force of any shark relative to their body size. Could they be responsible for preying on dolphins? They prowl the shallow seas, using the sandy bottom and murky water to conceal their attack. Both dolphins and humans never see them coming until it's too late.
Here in Bimini, the bull sharks and the dolphins are often hunting in the same areas, and that can include murky waters. The bull sharks are probably mainly hunting for smaller things, but if they get a chance to grab a dolphin, they're going to take it, because that dolphin represents an incredible meal with all the fat and energy in the blubber.
The team needs a bite impression from the bull shark to compare to the dolphin scars. But this time, they'll attempt something that's never been done before. They're creating a life-size dolphin decoy. But first they need to test out the material they'll be using to make the dolphin, while also collecting more bite data.
This is basically a gelatin block that is the density of dolphin blubber. And we've turned it into a giant underwater lollipop. So what we'll do is put a little bit of fish on this to entice the shark to bite. And when they bite it, it's going to give us a jaw impression.
They head to the waters between Florida and Bimini.
This is the perfect place to come to find bull sharks. There's lots of food here, the water temperatures are right, and it's a known spot where groups of bull sharks get together.
While Mike gets the bite, Valeria will be on shark measuring duty. A laser device can pinpoint the exact length of the shark.
Bull sharks have a reputation as a more aggressive species, but they usually don't bother divers. but we do have bait on the pad here, so we've got to stay alert.
Copy that. A couple of bull sharks are coming in. I'm gonna get some measurements. They are definitely the size of an attack a dolphin.
They're interested in the fish, but they're being cautious.
They're definitely curious, just not biting.
Wait, this one's coming back around.
Watch out, your hands!
Didn't even see it. I count 3 bull sharks. They're all more than 6 feet long. I'd say they're big enough to attack a dolphin. We just need to get one to bite this pad. Oh, that was close.
We need a good bite and the size of the shark to compare to the bite marks on the dolphins in Bimini.
Wait a minute. I think we have another taker. I can't hold it.
That bull's coming right back around, Mike.
Get the lasers ready.
Yes, we got it.
Look at that. Ah, this is incredible. You just see the width of that bite. It just bit on and went through this simulated dolphin blubber like butter. So you can see why dolphins just lose big chunks if a big shark gets a hold of them. And that one we got a really nice laser hit on, so we'll know exactly how big the bull shark was that did that. And we got a bonus. The shark left a tooth behind. They lose so many teeth in their lives, they're constantly shedding, so a loose tooth, even in dolphin blubber, can get stuck. Usually we're not so lucky to have them left behind. A nice bite width there on a real world situation, so this is exactly what we wanted. I am psyched.
The bite pad reveals that the ragged bite marks from the photos were probably not caused by the bull shark. The precise incision on the pad could mean bull sharks are the ones leaving the cleaner scars. But there's another way to find out whether these bull sharks have attacked the underwater mammals.
Right now we're gonna try and catch a bull shark. We've got a piece of bonita on a small circle hook, so we can throw it to the bull shark that we want, catch it, get it up, and see if it's eaten a dolphin.
In sharks, the reproductive and digestive systems come together at a common area called the cloaca. So the team will take a sample from this area.
So here's the swab kit. We're going to be using the cotton swabs to get fecal matter from the bull shark, and that will tell us a little bit about what they have been eating. That is going to be really useful to see if we see any dolphin DNA in this fecal matter.
First, we have to catch them. Handling sharks can be really dangerous if you're not careful, and that's especially true for bull sharks. They got that big mouth, sharp teeth, but the tail's incredibly powerful. So you've got to always be aware of your surroundings and work together as a team. There we go. Okay, there's the bull shark right below us.
See him?
They're right next to it. Yeah, it's on it, it's on it, it's on it.
Oh, nice.
Okay, now I need everybody to be beyond careful right now.
Yep.
Right down there. It's a good size one for sure. Watch your feet, watch your feet. That is a big bull shark.
Oh, it's a big one.
Fresh shark. The trick now is to hold on as much as you can. That is definitely big enough to attack a dolphin, no question. Okay, get ready. I'll start back further, try and bring it around. Well, we're trying to get a tail rope on it so we can not.
I got you, I got you, I got you.
Slow, slow, slow. You're good, you're good, you're good, you're good. Nice and easy. Oh, close. Okay. Excellent. Okay.
Yeah.
Good job. Okay, now we've got control of the animal. So now, clean that off a little bit lower, so its tail's kind of in. Good.
Yep.
But just as they're about to tie the shark off,
Oh no, look out, clear, clear. Look out. Careful, careful. No, do not grab this. It popped, the monofilament.
they've lost control of the most dangerous part of the shark, its jaws.
Back off, back off. Ah! No, do not grab this. It popped. We had the shark actually drop when there was a swell and it popped the monofilament. So we're just gonna do a quick repair on the fly so we have control of the animal here. I need another roundy. I'm gonna tie into this and get the crimping tool.
I got it.
We gotta write down the lengths. Mark that. 216.5.
216.5.
52. That's about 8.5 foot bull shark. Definitely big enough to go after a dolphin. Okay, get the coaxial swab.
Yep. We are going to be opening up the swab kit and making sure that everything's set up for the coaxial swab. Make sure that this is up so it's out of the water.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, that's a great job. That's perfect.
Here we have the vial. We're going to go ahead and place it in here and make sure to label it, and we'll send it out to the lab to find out what sharks have been eating.
Okay, we can release anytime.
Releasing an angry shark is even more dangerous than catching it. The crew has to be careful not to get caught in the lines as it thrashes.
Look out! Okay, hang on. Are we ready? Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Great. Good job. Oh, that was great. You got that shark up, tag in, coaxial swab done, and a great release. The coaxial swab showed us that these bull sharks hadn't eaten a dolphin recently, but that doesn't mean they're not dolphin predators. It just means they're not eating them all the time.
The coaxial swab was inconclusive, but the bite pad shows that bull sharks could be the ones making the clean bites seen in the photos. Mike and team are now ready to deploy their nearly 200-pound secret weapon. They want to get an even more realistic view of what a bull shark bite would look like on a real dolphin.
This is Gooey, our dolphin model, and Gooey was made out of non-toxic gelatin. We wanted to make sure that if a shark gets a mouthful of Gooey, it's completely harmless to the shark. Gooey was made so that the consistency is exactly like that of dolphin blubber, and it's pretty much the same size as an Atlantic spotted dolphin in Bimini or a juvenile bottlenose.
This is the first time a dolphin decoy made of non-toxic materials will be used in shark research.
The bite pads were a great first step, but they're just kind of a fairly narrow pad. And so a shark might bite that very differently than something that's shaped like a dolphin. And it's rounded and in some places is so big that it's kind of like trying to palm a ball that's too big for a shark trying to bite it. So we have created something completely unique, a gelatin dolphin.
It's sink or swim time for Gooey. The team takes her to an area known for bull sharks. They're joined by underwater cameraman Sean Hovis, who will capture this first in shark research.
As soon as Sean and I are in, let's get Gooey in right next to us.
I'll be looking at you guys for directions. Once I put it in, if you need me to give it some light.
We'll let you know, but hopefully Gooey will do its job.
We're strapping a camera onto Gooey to get a better angle. We're positioning it so it faces the peduncle area where we think sharks may be more enticed to bite. Mike, should we deploy Gooey? Copy, we'll deploy. You got it, Mike.
Deploying this enormous dolphin decoy takes teamwork.
Kirk, look at the camera, make sure that it's in the right angle when it's deployed. Lucas, make sure that the pectoral fins are not getting stuck by the ladder. And let's do this. All right, please clear the deck. 1, 2, slide. Mike, what are you seeing down there?
Well, right now it's pretty lonely, just hanging out with Gooey, no sharks yet, so hopefully we get some pictures soon.
Gooey right now is doing a natural behavior. This is called logging. Logging is when they're resting and they may be more vulnerable during this behavior.
Oh, we've got Gooey exactly where we need it to be. It looks so real.
Gooey is of similar size of those dolphins that we saw in Bimini. Although her colorations are a lot different, the silhouette from below mimics that of a real dolphin.
Sharks are attracted to contrast. They may not see color, but this silhouette should lure them in. If one attacks, Mike will not only get a bite impression, but the exact size of the shark. They'll be able to record if smaller juvenile sharks might attack a dolphin, or is it mostly the larger mature sharks?
The idea is we want to get a length on the shark that attacks Gooey, so we know not just what species grabbed that model, but how big it was.
The bull sharks arrive. And it's time to put Gooey to the test. Will she be a trick or treat for the bulls?
These are big bull sharks. They are definitely a threat to the dolphins.
We've got 4 sharks. They're circling, but we're not seeing a whole lot of interest right now. Try giving Gooey some motion.
Copy, Mike. We'll give it some movement. Kirk, can you please give it some motion?
Yeah, still not interested.
That's not terribly surprising. Bull sharks probably only very occasionally attack dolphins that they see.
She looks like a dolphin and moves like a dolphin. Maybe we need to add some smell.
Sharks have an incredible sense of smell. They can smell a couple drops of blood in a swimming pool worth of water. So that means that if there's a good scent trail, they can follow it for miles.
One is starting to move toward it. Come on. No. Okay. We may have to do a bit more than this. We're going to come up and think about what our next steps are to try to get a bite here on this model.
Copy that. Let's pull her in. So we're bringing Gooey in. Her silhouette looked really good underwater, but sharks use multiple senses to detect prey. So we're gonna add a little something to see if we can entice them to bite Gooey. 1, 2, 3, pull.
The team has one more trick up their sleeves to try and get a shark to bite Gooey.
gooey almost looks real when you're far enough below. We had the sharks around, but they didn't really show any interest in the dolphin.
We know sharks don't bite every single dolphin, so we need to add something to entice them.
What I think we should do is strap a bit of bait down here, and then when the sharks come in at the bait, they try to grab the bait, and they're going to grab gooey as well, right in an area where we see bites on a lot of wild dolphins.
The team attaches bait to the area where they've seen many bite scars, the peduncle, to see if a bite here will match what they've seen on the wild dolphins.
The peduncle is a really strong muscle at the tail end of the dolphin, and it allows them to move their tail really fast. It allows them to maneuver and get to great speeds.
The peduncle is where the dolphin's power is for swimming. So if it gets a serious enough injury, or if the spinal cord is severed or damaged, then that dolphin might become incapacitated, giving the shark a second chance to come in for the kill.
Echolocation and vision, most of that for the dolphin is directed forward. So coming from below and behind is the easiest way to sneak up and make that ambush attack. As the sharks come in to get a bit of food, they're going to bite the dolphin model. And we'll get those really nice tooth impressions once they've bitten in.
Definitely, and adding the bait, the extra sense of smell would really entice the shark to bite gooey. Ready? Let's do this.
Gooey not only looks good, she smells good too.
Got one coming in. A shark coming up from this angle, from below and behind. That dolphin is in big trouble. They're definitely showing more interest now that there's some fish on gooey.
It's coming in close. We definitely have their attention.
They're coming right for it. Look at that. Yes, that is exactly what we wanted. Okay, let go now, please. Man, that bull shark just nailed gooey.
Whoa, look at that.
It's incredible, isn't it? You can see where each tooth just traces through, and even the serrations on the teeth.
This could have definitely been fatal.
Oh yeah, it almost nicks the spine. There's too much vital there. This dolphin would have bled out, and the shark could have come back later to finish it off.
Good job, Gooey. Let's put it up.
It's pretty incredible just how much that shark got out of Gooey. I mean, that was probably 20 pounds of gelatin. That was a stunning success. It actually simulated real life more than we would have thought, because Gooey was kind of listening to the side, and if a dolphin sees a shark coming, it's going to turn its back to it to try to maneuver away. And so the shark came straight from the bottom up and bit here. It would have gone right next to the spine, and you can see a nice clean cut. So an 8.5-foot bull shark, no problem killing a dolphin. Gooey really taught us a lot. From just one bite, we were able to see that even with this big round object, a bull shark leaves a clean bite, not a ragged one. With the 3D scan, we're able to see how each tooth moved through, and that these bull sharks are leaving clean bites even on big round dolphins. And it really showed us that it's going to take a big adult bull shark to take down a dolphin. Evolution tends to hone behaviors that make predators super efficient and prey good at getting away. For dolphins, if they aren't paying attention and good at avoiding predators, they're not going to leave many calves in the next generation. And so that arms race between predator and prey is going to continue for sharks and dolphins.
The evidence collected with the bite pads and dolphin decoy suggests that hammerheads, tiger sharks, and bull sharks could all be responsible for the bites seen on dolphins here. And still, the battle of the Bahamas between some of the best designed and most intelligent species in the ocean rages on.
The fact that there are so many sharks and so many dolphins in the Bahamas might be a really good sign for the health of the oceans here. You have food all year round, mates all year round, and even when a dolphin gets bit by a shark, if it's lucky enough to get away, it's healthy enough to survive that attack.
This clash between the predators There's no winners or losers. It's just the opportunity to catch a prey.
We have great hammerheads. We have tiger sharks. We have bull sharks, all in this one spot. And there are dolphins there too. This battle between sharks and dolphins in the Bahamas isn't going to end.
The great white shark. Focus. Power. Purpose. Seals are their usual prey of choice. But what about something bigger? Much bigger. South Africa's coast is shark-infested. Massive tigers, marauding bulls, and gangs of blacktips. They're all here. It's a predator's playground. Roughly 2 million seals live at the southern tip of Africa, which is why one of the highest concentrations of great whites on the planet hunt these waters. Other giants are here too. It's the beginning of winter in the southern hemisphere. Great pods of humpback whales like this are heading north. For 4 months, they fed on nutritious krill off Antarctica, building up blubber reserves for this journey. Over 30,000 humpbacks make this annual migration. Their destination? Mozambique, to give birth to their calves in warm tropical waters. The ocean off southern Africa is too cold for baby whales. It's dangerous too. Great white sharks dominate these southern waters. The humpback migration routes take them right through white shark territory. So what happens when humpback whales and white sharks run into each other?
Wow! Away from the boat, away from the boat, away from the boat. There we go.
Ryan Johnson is a shark scientist based in Mossel Bay, South Africa. He's been studying the white shark population here for over 20 years.
Whoa, there we go! Oh, she went for it!
In February 2017, he was flying his drone during a shark survey when the phone rang.
The phone call came in from the National Sea Rescue Institute that they had been alerted that there was a whale out at sea. It looked like it had been wrapped up in long line.
The whale wasn't moving. Was it dead?
And then the whale breathed and it blew, and I realized this whale's still alive.
Then Ryan saw something else. 14-foot great white shark headed straight for the young whale. And it did the unexpected. It attacked.
I know the science and I know the literature, and I knew this has never been seen before.
It bit the tail. Then it rolled the weakened whale as if trying to drown it. This was not some random meeting. It was a methodical attack on a whale by a great white shark. A shark that seemed to know just what to do. Ryan is the first person ever to witness this shark behavior. He played the drone footage over and over and suddenly recognized the shark. He tagged her for research back in 2012. Her name is Helen.
Dorsal fin came up out of the water, and you could clearly see the satellite tag remnants on her, plus that distinctive dorsal fin. Now that she is that shark that hunted a humpback whale, a living humpback whale, she has sort of marked her place in the Sharks Hall of Fame forever, and she's always going to be remembered from that.
Ryan had serious questions. Is this shark attack a one-time only event? Or do white sharks really hunt living whales, and we just never see it? To get some answers, Ryan decides to dig deeper. He sets off to follow the 4,000-mile migration route of the humpbacks. Are there specific places where white sharks ambush the whales? Do attacks follow a pattern? And why hunt whales at all when there are plenty of seals available? Ryan goes back to what he already knows about the great white. 11 million years of evolution has made them fast, agile, and calculating. Most shark species are cold-blooded and have to stay in warmer waters. Great whites are one of only 7 species that can raise their internal body temperature. Being warm-blooded, they keep their edge in cold water, which is why no seal is safe off the coast of southern Africa. For them, white sharks are an almost unbeatable foe. So why would white sharks turn to whales? Off the coast of South Africa, the sharks have plenty of seals to eat. Resident colonies of Cape fur seals dot the coastline. Half of a seal is blubber or fat. That's what white sharks are after. A white shark's liver is like a giant fuel tank where it stores the calories from fat. Combine enormous energy reserves with warm blood, big teeth, hydrodynamic shape, and shark super senses, and you've got a feeding machine. spectacular breaches on seal decoys show just how these sharks have been hunting for millions of years. They know how to hunt seals. So the question Ryan really wants to answer is, why would they hunt something much bigger and much more dangerous? Ryan begins his research at Seal Island, just off Mossel Bay, South Africa. It's a well-known hotspot where great whites hunt seals. And it's just 3.5 miles from the site of the humpback whale attack. Seals and humpback whales are as different as they can possibly be. What connects them in a shark's brain? It's well known that their diet is mostly marine mammals. But just how selective is the great white? Ryan runs an experiment with 2 different sized seal decoys. Which one will the sharks attack?
For me, this experiment is all about that cognition in a shark, that decision-making process, when it weighs up the pros and cons of attacking a prey. Does it go for that extreme level of success, that big reward but high risk, or is it going to be more conservative? Because this feeds right into the decision-making Helen had to go through when she was faced with a whale 9-10 times the size. She had to be assessing the risk, the chance of her getting injured, the chance that she would be unsuccessful, the chance that her life as a predator could end.
Do the sharks display a simple species preference? Or is there something more to their selection?
Make this turn as tight as you can because there's no swell and we just head right up the edge of that island. Nice one. Little shark, but hit the little decoy, hit the little juvenile pup. Nice, that's what we're looking for. First breach, number 1, baby seal. Get decoy back in. Whoa! Big shark, big breach. That was massive. Can you believe it? And on a juvenile seal. Look, we swapped the small seal over to this side, got the hit on it. This is getting conclusive now.
Every breach is on the smaller decoy. Small seals are low risk and an almost guaranteed reward. The sharks make a clear choice. They're very discerning, which suggests that Helen's attack on the humpback whale was discerning too. Seal Island, the pickings are easy. But not all hunting grounds are the same. Just how adaptable are great white sharks when conditions are not in their favor? To find out, Ryan moves from Mossel Bay to Rawberg Nature Reserve, 80 miles east along the coast. Just offshore, the humpbacks are migrating. The sharks pay no attention. Like at Seal Island, they're after the pups. But the sharks can't ambush from the deep here. The water's too shallow and clear. Then how do they get the job done? They're incredibly adaptable. Hiding behind the adults, pups flounder in the surf. Ryan has never before had the opportunity to watch white sharks tested like this. There's no chance of surprising a seal here. A shark patrols the cliff face, engaging the prey in plain sight. It's looking for a single small seal. But the sharks aren't the only adaptable species here. The larger seals gang up. Attack is the best form of defense. But only to a point. Cat and mouse game begins. Ryan Johnson is at Robert Nature Reserve off the coast of South Africa. A hunt is underway. Here, conditions favor the prey. So far, it's seals 1, white shark 0. But great whites don't give up easily. And they're patient. Then, a small seal separates from the rest. It's go time. The shark strike is so quick, the seal is mortally wounded. Is right beside the shark. This seal was dozing, vulnerable. It paid with its life.
I can't believe what I just saw. Holy moly. Somebody help us up. Not good water to be in at the moment, but blooming heck. What we just went through. Oh. Yeah. Damn, Barry. It's good to be alive. Wow. That is something else. That's something else.
It's a clear message. Against the odds, white sharks are able to pick the perfect moment and execute. It's the same ability Helen used when she attacked the humpback whale. Nothing random about it.
How that shark snuck up and was successful. 1 second it was there, and the next second it was feeding and thrashing. Yo, you think you've witnessed it all, you think you've seen it all, but you ain't seen nothing until you've been in the water with a honey great white.
Hunting great whites have one very subtle ability over all the others. They can detect the moment of maximum vulnerability and exploit it. Helen used her intuition when she went after the big whale. And she had extra motivation to do that. In winter, small seals are plentiful and easy prey. But in the spring, when the seals have grown up, they're more difficult to catch. So the sharks must adapt their diet. What would a big great white risk then for a belly full of blubber? An attack on a whale? Perhaps. Over 30,000 humpback whales migrate through sharky waters off the coast of South Africa. They're headed to Mozambique. Humpbacks are the 5th largest whale species. They can reach up to 60 feet and weigh a staggering 40 tons. That's 3 times longer than the world's largest great white shark and 30 times heavier. The whales are big and strong enough to injure or kill a healthy white shark. But that blubber jackpot might be too tempting to pass up. Now it's midwinter in the southern hemisphere. This blue wilderness has many players, and they're all on the move. Ryan must keep track of it all. He's watching the movements of great whites. Do they follow the whales as they move north? Helen has made this journey before. In the winter of 2016, she was tracked all the way to Mozambique. That's where the whales go every year to breed the next generation of humpbacks. Was Helen waiting for them? Ryan's searching hard for evidence of white shark and humpback interaction. And that Helen's attack on the humpback whale was anything but random. This time of year, there's a great gathering of marine species. vast run of sardines headed in the same direction. It's one of the ocean's greatest feeding events and lures predators of all kinds. Dolphins, gannets, seals, thousands of sharks, and hundreds of whales. Ryan looks for whales with bite marks or wounds. Hard evidence of shark attacks. These are Brutus whales. They're here to feed. But the humpbacks don't join in. They simply keep going. Do they get ambushed as they go by? Finding scars or wounds might mean yes.
So we just come across our first resting humpback. It's a good chance to get in, start looking for shark bites and shark wounds on these humpbacks. Oh, there's a shark just jumped. See that? Shark just jumped. Nice. And what I'm hoping to get is look for some scars, some evidence of shark bites. Then we know that it's possibly a more common behavior than we first expected. Oh, look at that. Okay.
The whale is peck slapping its pectoral fin on the surface, signaling to other whales nearby. Ryan must be careful. He didn't see any bite marks, but he has seen footage of a subadult badly bitten. And badly bitten by a mob of sharks. This young humpback is the victim of a shark attack. The rare footage shows open wounds made by sharks trying to get at the blubber beneath the skin. But the bites are too small for a great white. And with so many bites, it must have been a shiver of sharks. Likely duskies chasing the sardine run. Dusky sharks don't work alone. Could a school of them take down a whale? This evidence suggests that they tried. Yet somehow, this young whale escaped with its life and kept going. The migrating humpbacks have only one objective now: the safe house of Mozambique. It's a whale-birthing paradise, far from the usual hunting grounds of great white sharks. Vulnerable baby whales can nurse, grow, and gain strength. The adults have traveled 4,000 miles to safety. The warm water and lack of predators give their species the best chance of survival. it's a magical time. The whales spend up to 4 months mating, birthing, and nursing their young. This is their time to bond and interact. But these adult whales have not eaten since they left Antarctica months ago. Their strength diminishes each day. And the time is coming when all of them, adults and calves, will have to swim the 4,000 miles back to Antarctica to feed.
Now, after 4 months up in Mozambique, they start this return migration down. And that's when it's going to get really interesting, because at that stage, you're going to have these weak whales, these whales that haven't fed up enough, that have been starved for the last 4 or 5 months. And as they go down, they're going to be the ones that I think are really vulnerable to attack by sharks.
Now it's springtime. And the humpback whales begin the journey south, back to Antarctica. Everything works against them. New mothers dig into precious energy reserves to produce 100 pounds of milk a day.
But look at this, you can see the utter commitment of these whales to get back to Antarctica. She's been up in Mozambique for the last 3-4 months, feeding that baby, getting this blubber layer up, getting it ready for those cold waters of Antarctica. And now she's got one mission, and that's to get down past South Africa, across to Antarctica and get back to the food. You know, you look at this coastline and it looks pristine, it looks beautiful, but what is hidden is the amount of perils that these whales face. There's shipping lanes here, and there's nets, there's longliners, there's shark bather protection nets. And it's when they get entangled, it's when they get weakened, it's when they get isolated from each other that they become vulnerable to shark attacks.
Helen's attack on a humpback happened at the end of summer, during this return trip to Antarctica. The whale she attacked was tangled up in heavy fishing line, and all alone. Humpback whales have close family bonds, but the safety of the pod comes first. Stragglers are left behind. This humpback was still 2,000 miles from Antarctica. It was weak and vulnerable. Everything a white shark looks for in a victim. Worst of all, it was alone in white shark territory. The grueling migration back to Antarctica can be fatal to whales. Some are too old, too weak, or just unlucky. When a whale dies, it's like a dinner bell for sharks. They didn't kill it, but that doesn't matter. Whale blubber is pure fat. Sharks convert the fat to energy, which they store in their massive livers. They'd have to kill 200 seals to get the same energy boost. Of course, sharks scavenging dead whales is not new to science. But a great white attacking a living whale is new. Just what would a shark do for a mouthful of whale? If the right opportunity came along, would they go in for the kill? Killing a live whale is vastly different to scavenging a carcass.
What struck me was just how patient, just how strategic Helen was when she was going about this attack. She wasn't trying to eat, she was trying to weaken, she was trying to slow down, she was trying to slowly overcome this whale before even considering feeding on it.
To do that, Helen attacked the whale's tail first. A washed-up carcass reveals just how difficult it is for a shark to get the better of a whale.
This tail is one of the main power forces for any humpback whale. It can literally propel one of the whales, a 40-ton whale, 8-10 meters out of the water. So, even for the biggest, strongest great white shark, if it took a knock by one of these, it's tickets for the shark. What was clear was, on that weak whale, the first place the great white targeted was right here on the tail, on the keel. And the idea is, and I reckon if I cut in here we'll see it, is that there's big veins that go here, supplying energy to this muscle. With the white shark targeting this area here, essentially what it could do was open up a vein, let the whale bleed out, and then, when it was very, very weak, almost dead, target and actually try to go and kill it.
This is exactly what Helen does. She bites the whale's tail again and again. Eventually, blood begins to pour out. Then, as the whale grows weaker, Helen does something no one has ever seen a shark do before. For the first time in shark science, Ryan witnesses a single white shark killing a humpback whale. The whale is tangled up in fishing line, weak and alone. White sharks are experts at assessing vulnerability. The young humpback has been left behind by the pod. There's no escape.
Was Helen cognizant of this? Most likely. And it begs the question, would this attack even have been contemplated if this whale was at full strength? And I think probably not.
Helen uses the same strategy white sharks use when hunting seals. She's watchful and patient, assessing the whale's strength and ability to resist. The whale's life slowly bleeds away. Helen patiently waits. It's typical great white hunting behavior, but adapted for a whale. Helen waits until the whale is most vulnerable. Her shark sense tells her when that moment has come.
So then she changed her entire strategy and started focusing on the head. Basically like this shark had done. She grips onto this and she essentially puts all her weight, tagging the head of the whale down.
She uses the weight of her body to shove the whale's head underwater. Her goal is to drown it. The great white is methodical. She knows just what to do.
And it is a chance that Helen, the shark that attacked this whale, has in fact learned this behavior and it is unique to her. But on the other hand, it could be that it's just a very common behavior that for some reason scientists around the world have not been able to observe before.
When Ryan compiles this video evidence together with the footage of Helen's methodical, expert attack, he arrives at just one conclusion. White sharks are going after whales more often than we think. After 50 minutes of patient, persistent effort, the whale draws its last breath, and Helen succeeds in drowning it.
Filming it and actually documenting, you get conclusive evidence that great white sharks can in fact predate and hunt on whales, and that's brand new to science. It's never been seen before, never been documented before, and it opens up an entirely new avenue of research.
Helen, the white shark, found vulnerability and opportunity. She calculated the risks, successfully took down not a seal, but a whale, and ate her reward. Great white sharks are among the most lethal and effective apex predators on the planet. And Helen is likely not the only whale hunter on this coast.